Nope. No.
I don't exist. I'm a metaphysical concept,
Aren't we all?
I suppose.
I'm not. I can't talk. I can't say for sure about you guys, but I'm not. Whose channel am I looking for again?
Boop. No, please. Thank you. And what? And then we say it. Da-dum. Here. Da. Hello everyone, I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and today we are playing another session of Blood and Honor, a game of samurai tragedy and quick and sudden changes of story, I suppose. But let us begin.
Emergent storytelling. That's what we're dealing with, folks. Emergent story.
Esteemed guests, welcome back to our tale. How the winds of fortune have shifted, just as surely as the frost melts into spring. The mighty Kenzo clan, you remember, led by the ambitious daimyo Shimo, wise and patient as the mountain, yet sharp as the winter wind. His three wisdoms have already begun to make their mark upon Dewa, each one a sword of his will, cutting through the challenges that threaten their prosperity. First, let us speak of Masaru, Kenzo Masaru, the devious younger brother in Haramoto. His task was clear: bring order to the mountains where the bandits ran free. And did he not succeed? The infamous Kuragane Koti, a wild dog of the hills, has now submitted to Masaru's will. But what does it mean for a bandit to bow? Can a wolf truly be tamed? Time will tell, but for now, the wild men of the mountains kneel beneath the banner of frost and steel. Meanwhile, Lady Yeiko, sharp as a hawk's gaze, makes her way to the village of many rice fields. Rice. It binds the people of Dewa as surely as honor binds the samurai. But where rice grows, so too does bitterness, old grievances that fester beneath the surface. Yeiko, with her many-layered mind, seeks to bring peace where there is unrest. She intends to speak with the influential rice farmer, Inoue Goro, whose heart has grown as hard as the land he tills. Will her cunning untangle the threads of rebellion before they weave something darker? And then, of course, we speak of Ryosuke Takahashi, our noble Yojimbo. A warrior poet, yes, but even a poet must sometimes wrestle, quite literally. The sumo wrestler Fujiwara no Arashi, mighty as a mountain, has tested Ryosuke's strength. And though Ryosuke fought valiantly, the strength of a poet's spirit is not measured in wins alone. Healed from his trials and having endured the pettiness of the imperial census taker, he turns his eyes northward, where rumors of an army stir like a gathering storm. But what awaits him there? Is it a force that will shatter the peace of Dewa? Or something darker still? As for the daimyo Kenzo Shimo, he has returned to the castle of Iron and Jade, ever the gracious host, seeing to his guests. The imperial census taker, with his sharp quill and sharper tongue, is finally on his way. But the sumo wrestler, Shimo whispers sweet words of honor and purpose to him. Could he sway the giant into service of the clan? Yes, esteemed guests, the frost may be melting, but the steel beneath it has yet to fully reveal itself. The three wisdoms have set their path, and the spring unfolds, so too will the next chapter of their fates. Prepare yourselves, for the roads ahead are long and treacherous. The bandits may have submitted, but submission is not always peace. The rice fields may wave in the wind, but the seeds of rebellion have yet to be fully uprooted. And in the north the storm may yet break upon Dewa's shores. But I've spoken too long, haven't I? The story continues, but we shall see where the wind blows next time. us begin. Pull over. Go. And so, I believe Yeiko and Kenzo Masaru had parted ways on the road to of Iron and Jade, shall we say, as spies of Yeiko had alerted her to what Takahashi had learned, and thus passed that message to Masaru. And I believe Masaru is beginning his march to the north.
Yeah, I think I was heading back to the castle to catch up with the daimyo and Yojimbo, and then we're gonna head to investigate. I could be wrong there.
You come on time to see the arrival of the Sumo Ochitake Daisuke and the Imperial Census Taker Sakai Noriyuki. And you see, you are informed quickly that Kuragane is already in the midst of his housing, really. I mean, there's not a whole lot he can do at the moment. You do know that your family, Shimo, is here. And Saito Ichiro, the head of the garrison, comes to greet you at the gates to basically inform you of of the situation so far in the castle. But you see no sign or word of Ryosuke Takahashi.
Okay, I guess first things first, I should go see my eldest brother and daimyo and learn what I can and what he wants us to do.
Oops. I'm so used to the old format. You come upon Shimo, and you're easily led to him. You're his Hatamoto, so your command of the space is rivaled really only by Shimo himself, but you're also of the clan, so you're
right.
There's that extra level of, we're not questioning a Kenzo moving around the castle. So you find him kind of dressed a little more casually. Well, as casual as a daimyo gets, but he's been on the road.
Right.
He was on the road not that long ago, so he's changing clothes. Oh, hello, Masaru.
I'll bow. Tano.
He nods at you.
How
What
was
word do
the
you have to
visit?
report?
The major bandit problem to the south and west has been solved. I have taken what's his name? Kuragari Koji into my service and allowed his men to return home to their farms under pain of death should they ever take up arms against the family and the province again.
He pauses briefly as he then shrugs and then starts packing away stuff. Continues packing stuff away.
Kuragari has expressed interest in becoming the guardian and caretaker of the Shinto shrine in the southwest, something to perhaps consider for the future. It was his family's traditional duties, and I think he might serve well there. But what of you, brother? I understand you bring news of some sort of force to the north?
He continues packing. Closes some drawers. Turns to look at you. You can tell that the conversation about Kuragane is something he wants to have, But he also knows that what you're bringing up is also important, so you can tell that is a war fan that he's setting down, but you know he's going to want to pick up and wave a bit later.
Fair enough.
You get the feeling you're getting a bit of leeway here because you're a Hatamoto. Another samurai may have gotten shouted at by now.
Fair enough.
Well, according to what Ryosuke has discovered, we're not seeing strange hungry ghosts or beasties in the mountains. Banners. For who, we don't know yet, but he has ventured off into the passes where the frozen samurai dwell, and perhaps see if we don't have a bunch of frozen guests from across the sea. I have cautioned him not to get too brazen, but I hope to hear more detail about what exact kind of force we have. And from the reports, he walks over to a desk and holds up sheets of paper that the Lady Yeiko has left me. It seems that I have my suspicions that there may be a connection between these would-be traders and these would-be invaders. But they may be me connecting rivers that are separated by a mountain. In either case, Ryosuke should find the truth of it. And survive long enough to tell me.
When he's saying would-be traders, traders, sorry, I was mistranslating that word in my head.
Yeah.
So, my lord believes that it's at least possible that this force in the north may be Ming?
I certainly know it's not Japanese, and it's not the Southern barbarians. So there's only so many people it could be.
You wish me to take a force of Ashiguro to follow Ryusuke and provide support and potentially military force?
Normally, I'd be concerned for the Lady Yeiko, and these rumors she may be looking into may rise and may be fanned in the heat of spring, but I have a funny feeling she's going to handle it her way, so I think we noble gentlemen need to attend to noble gentlemen problems.
Of course, Tano. In that case, I can also happily report that Yamamoto Hirokai and his engineers and volunteer forces are well on their way to clearing the road. They've already repaired one bridge and are moving south into the foothills towards Ichigo to get the road ready for the thaw and easy passage of trade. And news, one hopes.
Well, I certainly look forward to him regaling Sakai with his engineering talents. And it gives me an excuse to keep the sumo around. It seems that Ryosuke made an impression on him, as much as Take basically made an impression of Ryosuke into the temple ground. But, you know.
And the Imperial tax collector, my lord? How?
Damn Sakai. Nearly cut down Ryosuke. Got lucky from it challenging the poor man while he was still injured off the sumo fight. If he wasn't from Kyoto, I would have had Ryosuke take his ancestral sword and show him the steel under the frost, but I'm not in the position. We're not in the position yet to be shaking our fist at Kyoto.
True enough. So, my lord, what work do you have for your Hatamoto?
Well, we have threefold issue. One, of course, is being ready in case Inoue has made things far worse than I thought he has. Preparing for the trade that we're likely to be receiving from the empire across the sea. And perhaps preparing ourselves for, I doubt, war in the north. If you're going to invade Dewa, you do not invade at the most northern tip. That is either someone trying really hard to hide themselves, or someone very, very stupid doing a very bad invasion. But in either case, as great a swordsman as Ryosuke is, there's only so much a single blade can do. So, there's much ahead of you, I think. And I expect my Hatamoto to act in his best judgment.
Very well, my lord. I will make my dispositions as best as possible. However, with these events of, goodness, the recent week, has it been so short a time?
Been weeks. You're losing track, brother.
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, the player's losing track for sure. With the events of the past several weeks, I would ask my lord to begin considering that it may be time to increase our garrison forces. The northern encounter may prove to be nothing, but I think even with what we've just spoken about, the north, the potential trouble in the rice village, the road, potential trade and invaders, I fear that our current force level may not be up to the task of properly maintaining a watch and guard over so many different regions. We can, of course, do the minimum where in all points, but it might be time to consider increasing our force levels when the chance arrives. Respectfully, my lord.
I do have to consider the fact that the Kuraganes have doubled in number, and the more ambitious of the two is currently in my castle. And that the forces that he had gathered are now scattered, but easily raisable once more. You think you have you think you have Koji in line? Truly?
Who can see into the depths of a man's heart, my lord, in truth? But he seems an honorable man, and my impression was that he was truly concerned with the welfare of his men, who were in bad shape. Many had suffered injuries from the cold, and all were very poorly fed. And my options were to either slaughter them all or try and come to some sort of agreement that might at least get Kuragani on side. If not, it was a risk, perhaps a bad one, but I thought it was a worthwhile throw of the dice. We shall see. But as I said, I believe he is an honorable man. He, however, has a bit of a blind spot when it comes to his brother. As the elder, he believes that he has been slighted and is not terribly fond that his brother scented the way the wind was blowing before he did and made appropriate moves to ally himself with us. But also generally interested in caretaking the Shinto shrine. I believe that while he has the potential to be dangerous, we also have several levers that we can use to move that particular stone in the directions we want it to go.
I'm going to ask you for a beauty roll here to see how much you're able to impress upon Shimo your plans, because he's doubting your plans a little bit here, because
Right.
he seems very... You get the feeling that Koji being set aside and slighted was intentional, but Shimo's not saying it. And and as you're sitting there talking to him, you're putting together and seeing the look on his face, you're connecting the dots. Like, this was almost... The bandit thing wasn't intentional, but everything else was. He was purposely isolating Koji. And you kind of put him back... He basically took him off the board, and you put him back on his side, but he didn't necessarily want him on his side.
Fair enough. Would have been handy information to have before he sent me out to deal with it. But okay. Okay, so this is my weakness. So we get 1 for Geary. Virtue is appropriate to the risk. I think I'm going to call on the clan virtue. Because
Wisdom.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Think that's okay?
Yeah, this is about you This is about you grasping what he wants and having something, trying to guide him to what you think is the wiser course. Like, he had a plan, but you have a different plan, and you think it's better.
Okay, so that's 2. I'll shoot for devious. On the argument that this is a cunning plan.
I don't.
I'm arguing. Okay.
I don't find so. No, unless you were being devious toward him in particular, I wouldn't catch it. It's a fairly straightforward martial plan you're proposing.
Okay. See if any of my aspects will do anything for me. So, what about the argument of none of us is as great as all of us? The Kurigare are part of the province, and if we can bring them more fully into the clan, Koji's pretty smart cookie, that might strengthen us, and that better to work together than not.
I'll take it because, although Shimo doesn't see him that way, you, I believe sincerely, consider Koji a samurai of your clan now. So you're kind of, in a way, you are helping Koji out. You do know that he genuinely is serving you, as far as you're aware. So you're helping out a lesser samurai, but you're helping out a samurai of the clan. Okay,
so that brings me up to 5. I think there's anything else I can bring to this. So I think I'm going to wager 1 and roll 4. I think is my best bet. Draw 1. Roll 4. Oh, that's a D4, Inslee. Okay, got it.
You have privilege and a wager.
Okay.
How does this conversation go to Masaru's favor, or not favor? Because you can narrate the negative. You're the one with privilege.
I see what I'm doing there. Sorry, I couldn't. I'm playing with my tokens because a roll 20 ad was blocking them. Right. So. Shimo ultimately is let's say not necessarily convinced, but convinced enough to be willing to let this play out a little bit. He sees my point and sees the advantage, and so while he's not convinced that it's necessarily the best solution, he's willing to let this gamble play out a little bit longer. And then for the wager, is to convince him of the plan, of the rightness of my action. The wager is he's also willing to accept my disposition of the peasants who made up Kuragani's forces. So he's going to let them, as part of his agreement to let it play out, he's going to let them go back to their farms or work and whatever, and without, because it's very possible he could have said okay with Koji, but no, I want these guys hung. So he's also, kind of letting them go back about their business. And that's it.
He nods to you after your discussion. Well, I need to see off Sakai, and hopefully I can get the sumo take to see about establishing a sumo school come next season. You have your work.
Sumo. Oh, Tano. And I'll bow my way out.
So where do you head off to?
Too many options. Okay. What's my travel time if I was wanting to get up to the Buddhist temple, say, to investigate the enemy force?
There'd be at least Takahashi would go through at least one roll before you got there. Something would happen before you got there, because it takes you time to get there. But you can get there in a couple weeks' time, or a week's time or so, because you have to get up and through the mountains and then pass off the map, basically.
Okay. What about catching up with Yako?
Similar. You can get there actually fairly quickly. You can either if you go the long way around, it will take you about a week to go by the road, then off the road, then across the land to the farm, or you'd go quickly to the river, grab some boats, and just sail down. Well, not sail, but follow the river upstream up to the rice farm, which is far faster than by road. So you'd probably get there in time to help Reiko immediately, but you'd be arriving fairly quickly.
Okay.
And of course, if you want to help with trade stuff, you would have to go to one of the other villages, and the nearest one would be like this one, near the new towers that Rieko helped set observation towers she started setting up. Or actually, frankly, the other near one is the rice farm. That's kind of the benefit. That's why the castle's kind of where it is.
So, are we thinking that our kind of port area is here, where the rivers come into the?
There likely is one. Yeah, there's probably some semblance of a port at the mouth of the river there, of the two rivers.
Right. That's something we probably need if we're really going to open up trade with the Ming. Okay. Got a potential military threat to the north, potential insurgency in the south. So, I think the Yojimbo's already up there to handle things. I think I'm going to order some reinforcements, including fast horses and runners here to that tower and that tower, to provide kind of early warning tripwires from threats from either the north or the south. And then I myself I think I'll take my Ashigaru and head towards the temple to back up Ryosuke should he need it, since we know there's some sort of military force, it looks like, up there.
Very good.
That seems like the best route for Hashimoto. Okay.
Lady Yako.
Hmm.
You with I believe a token Ashigara force that Masaru sent along with you, and your own. Actually, that's a question. Are you traveling in full panoply of your title, or are you riding alone until and only revealing your status and once you arrive?
I would be intending to only reveal my status once I arrive, because I don't want to flesh out any bad actors too quickly.
I am going to call upon you a roll of cunning, I believe, as you are arriving in the town, to the town, and there may be certain things you learn, or certain things that you learn, or perhaps things others might learn.
Okay. I will use invoke my duty.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. I'll also invoke if my dog knew my plans.
Yes.
And reputation of Sherd.
Mm-hmm.
I need to double check how many reputation gives. Because I know Giddy gives me one because my rank is 1.
It's up to the level of the reputation. So.
Oh.
It's either level 1. It's likely level 1 unless you had enough glory to increase it.
I did not.
So
So
it's just 1 extra.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 4 gives me 9. I will wager I'll wager 5.
Ooh.
Actually, I'll wager 4, roll 5. I misspoke. Could have gotten away with wagering 5. Oh well. Oh wait, I only rolled. No, that's fine.
Yep, real time.
Yep.
So, you have privilege. You come upon the rice farming village.
I'll say firstly, here in the foothills, winter is slow to let go of its grasp on this village. So they're still kind of preparing the fields for planting, but not fully planting yet because we're in the foothills of the mountains. Or near them anyway. That would be the first one. Second one would be my arrival is not expected.
Okay.
Pondering. third one would be that the people look hungrier than they should for this time of year. Like, it's normal for people to be a bit hungry in spring between the harvests if winter stores get light, but we were well stocked, so that's suspicious. That's the third one, so fourth would be second thinking.
You could spend these 2 to glory.
Yeah, let's do that. For 1 point of glory?
Yep.
Cool. I need to spend my glory soon. Starting to amass some.
Once you get at least 10, you can up something or create a new one, I believe. But yes. You see the stretches of the rice farming village. You do see that suspicious level of low stores. And it would be right to say that the majority of the village is here, like a lot of the housing's here. But it does kind of, some of the farms kind of go up into the hills surrounding. They kind of extend out around them. But most housing, the bulk of the village is here. And of course the estate, such as it is, of Inoue Goro. Is probably one of the few people who actually has a rice farm here in town. Like he and his family traveled the least amount of distance to get to his farm. Which also means he's the closer to the village market, so. And as you arrive, you almost right away, there's already a sense that you're wealthy because, correct me if I'm wrong, you rode in on horse.
Yeah.
So that alone marks you as someone with money because horses are not cheap to maintain, especially this far away from the more common horse lands to the south, like the Takeda are known for their horses. Whereas you guys are not. But you don't even have a full, proper stable, a standing stable for a large horse force. So the only people who would have them are people with money, or people of the clan. Samurai class, of course. So that draws eyes. Not too many, because, staring at a person on a horse is how someone gets a sword testing happening. But you are dressed in a lady's clothes, so it's, people aren't sure of you quite yet, because you haven't made a grand showing of who you are, and I believe in your position you are not a well-known person on purpose among the citizenry. So people are paying attention to you as you're moving around, but no one's bothering you. Like wherever you're riding, you do find a place where you could tie up your horse if you wanted, but you can ride through town. You could ride through town as much as you like, because no one's really going to stop you. What, pray tell?
All right.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I just said all right. I was just acknowledging.
So what, pray tell, does the Lady Yako do?
I will seek to I'll try to seek an audience with the leader of the village.
You easily are able to come up on the Inoue farm, and various younger strapping men call out to the elder anyway as you're approaching. And then as before you even really unhorsed, dismounted, there's the word, you find the man Inoue Goro walking from the field rather than from the house. You see he hands off some tool or another to one of his kids and waves them off to do whatever it was he was doing. He strides over to you rather confidently. Big arms, big chest, big guy in general. This looks like a guy who probably could run the rice farm himself. Some might joke, but he looks far less the merchant lord that some of his reputation kind of gives him. He still looks like just a big old farmer. His clothes stained with the mud and dirt of his work. When he approaches you, he does stop a fair distance from you, and then he bows low to you. Lady Eiko, it is an honor for you to come to my humble village. I hope that the rice stores have not been thin. I worry why you're here.
I come looking into some odd rumors that I've heard about the region.
Well, I shouldn't be making a lady of the land stand out in the sun. Let me give you somewhere dry to sit, and I'm sure I could be of every assistance to the Kenzo clan.
That would be most appreciated.
He bows again, and then kind of walks ahead of you with an expectation you're gonna follow. You do get a feel off this guy that anyway is the kind of guy who's dealt with samurai before, so he does know some courtly manners. But then again, this is Dewa. The Kenzo clan is a lot more lax in such things, and you can see in his. Technically, he was supposed to walk beside you or behind you or something, because you are a samurai lady. So him turning his back to you is a little rude, but you don't think it's intentional. You think he's just ignorant. He doesn't know what he's supposed to do.
Okay.
He leads you into his house, unless you want to make an example of him in some manner.
No.
He leads you into his house. It is a well-appointed house. Nice sturdy wooden walls and floors, tatamied floors. It looks like a house that wants to be a merchant's house. Like, it looks like it wants to be nicer than it is. But, you know, it's like putting down a nice carpet in a farmhouse. The farmhouse is still a farmhouse, whether you have a Persian rug or a rug from your local weaver. You know, there's only so much one can do. He leads you to the dining area, shooing away some children, calling for their mothers to go fetch them and grab them. And you know, he has an important guest here. Some of the kids fuss seeing you, and then he just kind of speaks louder, and that gets people to move a little quicker to get them out of the room as he clears the space for just you and him. Although you do see an elderly lady kind of waiting by the door, but she doesn't come in. She's just kind of nearby, which is odd. She's a little old to be a servant, and also farmers aren't known for having servants like you do. That's odd that she's there. But he doesn't comment on her presence at all. He just sits. He does start to sit sort of very lazily cross-legged, like just kind of, and then seeing your nice clothes and then remembering himself, he does force himself to sit Seiza a bit. He does not have legs made for Seiza, and he looks very uncomfortable, but he's making a grand effort of it. But you can see him fidgeting, which, if you can't sit there in Seiza without fidgeting, then you shouldn't bother, honestly, because it looks weird. Now you're fidgeting.
I will say to him, please don't let me make you uncomfortable in your home.
He gladly shifts positions quickly. He nods. He bows a little bit in thanks, as he's realized he kind of embarrassed himself there. You hear a tut-tutting coming from the lady at the doorway. Right. So, I imagine Kenzo Soma would not send lady of your caliber to our village unless something important was happening. So I must ask, of what rumors are you concerned of, Lady Yakko?
I've heard that the locals here may have some reason to be unhappy. I'd like to understand why that may be.
I see. I see. I'm gonna ask you for Beauty to get him to share with you what he knows of the situation. Because there's a certain harmony that you're trying to establish between you of the castle and him of the farms.
Okay.
This actually is opposed, frankly. Although I will say it isn't any way that's opposing you. Someone's working through him. Like, you hear his words, but they're not. You notice his demeanor changes a little bit. Like, it's something that he's remembering to say.
Okay.
So what you're hoping for in an opposed roll is getting the highest result, and whatever wagers you set aside, if you don't get a higher number than a higher roll than I do, your wagers go poof. Same happens to me though. If I wager a bunch, then I don't get to keep my wagers if I lose privilege.
I will invoke my aspect. Even a thief must learn his trade. Oh no, never mind. Because this does not involve craftsmanship.
Mm-hmm.
That would apply if it was a compel. However, I am trying to discover a secret, so even if my dog knew my plans comes into play.
Yep.
So 3 is 6. I will also invoke my duty because it's my duty as spy master to investigate this. And I will also invoke my name, in that I can see the layers at play here.
I'd take that.
5 and 3. So that brings my total dice pool to 8.
I'm sitting at 4. I'm not wagering.
I'll wager 2. And roll 6.
I mean, it was possible I got higher. I could have gotten higher than you, but yep, you retain privilege.
Cool. I'll convert the 2 that were wagered into a glory.
Okay.
And that brings my glory to 7. Yeah. So, who is it that is working through him?
You tell me. You have privilege.
Oh. Right.
I don't control that.
I'll say the old lady in the room is involved. She's perhaps acting as the real power in the village.
Mm. Okay, so you get that, you tweak to that as you're talking to him. His eyes every so often kind of glancing over at her, because he is not a spy master by any means. And it is showing one glance at a time. Oops, that's sized improperly. And I will say, yeah, a lot of what he's saying is for all that he's saying, it seems that you are dismissing what is being said and seeing that it is actually the lady at the door that is really the one you want to be talking to here. But given your current circumstances, it'd be odd to talk to her. But you think if you wait till nightfall, you may be able to speak with her later, since it does seem like she lives here.
Okay.
So we'll swing back to you, and we'll find out how you two are trading stories. Off in the mountains, Ryosuke Takahashi, I believe you're on horse. I believe you borrowed a horse.
I borrowed the horse from the daimyo, actually.
And on the paths leading northward, I ask if Takahashi's ever been this far north in the Dewa province. There are no villages out here. The last vestige of civilization is the temple, and you are going beyond the stretch of that.
I'd say no. Ryosuke is from like central Japan or southern, south from here, definitely. So he's never actually been this far north. Not anywhere close to where the Ainu live.
The air is quite cold as you go high up through a pass. and you come upon a rather strange sight. You see, as you're cresting over a pass, through a pass, what appears to be a stone statue of a samurai, his blade drawn and pointed to the north.
Any inscription on it?
There's a bit of snow at the bottom, and you're able to kind of brush it aside if you want to get off your horse.
Yes, I'll tie the horse up somewhere, maybe on the statue's like katana or something, and see if I can like scrape off the snow.
As you brush it aside, and the horse kind of does that uncomfy, I want to keep walking dance. I'm annoyed with you. I don't want to stop. But, you know, he's tied up. There's not a whole lot the horse can do. He's stuck. He can be happy or not happy. It's immaterial to you at the moment. And there's a twig of recognition in this statue as you're a lot closer to it. But it doesn't jump out at you right away. But at its inscription, it has just 3 characters. Steel beneath frost.
What nonsense. There's always frost here. I'll seat myself back on the horse and untie him.
What was that complete quote again, GM?
Steel beneath frost.
Didn't the daimyo say something like that?
It's a common phrase the Kenzo clan brings up every so often. It's known in the family, but people outside the family aren't terribly familiar with it, it seems.
So what exactly is he pointing at?
The
Sword?
north.
Anything that catches my eye in the north? Like landmarks or anything?
As
or
you
is
look,
it the sea that I'm seeing?
as you look down, you do see the sea from up here. It's a beautiful view. And looking around, this looks like it's the best. If you wanted to descend upon the Dewa province through the mountains, you'd have to go this way. Otherwise, if you took a different pass, you're either going by ocean to get there, or if you're taking the other pass that's out here, it would take you all the way over to the Mutsu province. Like you'd be going the other side of the Honshu. It almost looks like this samurai is warding off someone from crossing this pass. But then again, there's only one of him.
Right.
And you don't see the little telltale signs saying that he's leading other men. There's usually like little things you put on the statue to highlight that. But he's not dressed like a Hatamoto. He's not dressed like a general. He's dressed like... He looks almost unkempt in his armor. And it isn't just the frost and the age of the statue that gives that facing.
How long do I reckon I have left before I reach an overpass or something that overlooks the supposed army that is over there?
With a bit of cunning, perhaps you're already there.
I'm guessing you're calling for a roll there.
Yes.
Alright. Well, let's see. Let me get the flowchart, actually.
It depends.
So, my Giri... it's not actually helping me here, I'd say. I mean, I'm on a job for my daimyo, but I'm not actively protecting him, I think. Clan's virtue is wisdom, which doesn't help me here. My name means to help or assist. Or clear. What do you think?
I believe you're assisting your daimyo. He did ask you to do this. Which
Well,
is a
no,
bit beyond what you normally would do.
I convinced him to do this.
Hey, if you don't want the die, I won't force it on you.
Right, I won't take the die for the name because I don't think it fits. Our clan name, Kenzo. 3 wisdom, 3 swords, 3 healths. Nah, unfortunately not. No aspect either. I think none of them apply, not the ones that I've taken anyway. So I'll spend glory. Sorry, not glory, honor.
Ooh. Gets you 4 dice, though.
And I'll do 2 on wager. So I'll roll 4. There we go.
You have privilege.
Yeah, so essentially knowing that it's nearing almost the end of daylight, I'll drive the horse forward as long as it'll go. I'll try not to go anywhere too steep, but I'd say I managed to find like a path that leads to a large overpass, which has a sightline, not a direct sightline, but somewhat obscured sightline on whatever the hell is over there. And I'll spend 2 to get glory.
Well, pray tell, what do you see?
Campfires, tents, yurts, and smoke sometimes billowing up. Blue and red banners, which I can, well, hardly tell from this distance. And several people on the opposing mountains as lookouts.
It is by this time, unless Masaru is staying back in reserve all the way back to the temple, but you could catch up to Takahashi by this point.
Ensley?
Uh-oh, did we lose Masaru?
Sorry,
no.
it was muted.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry. So yeah, I will have caught up to by this point.
How do I hear you approaching? Are you trottering along on your horse?
How close are you to the enemy encampment or the unknown encampment?
Well, I'm on like a ledge over on an overpass trying to overlook the entire position.
Okay, so yeah, I would,
A healthy
probably
distance away.
have seen where you left your horse and then, left my horse at the same place and, approached your position.
Oh, if I hear you approaching, I will turn on my heel and draw my katana.
I'll kind of scowl at you and motion you to put that away without saying anything.
You sneak around as if you were a thief, Lord Masaru. And I'll put the katana back.
What have you found?
Come, look over there in the distance. It is definitely some force. Smokes, tents, a couple of banners, and lookouts on the mountains. There and there. Aside from that, it feels like there might be some wind picking up. I can't see much more. We'll have to get closer.
Okay, I'd like to use my Hatamoto ability to survey the scene, which is a cunning and geary risk.
Okay.
So 4 and 1 is 5.
Where I want. There we go.
And then let's see. I'll argue for the clan virtue because I'm scouting the scene before we are detected and move into potential danger.
Mm.
Okay, that'll be 6. None of us is as great as all of us because both Ryosuke and I, and honestly my Diamo, want to know what is going on here
Indeed.
and who this is.
Diamo, indeed.
What
Nothing.
did I say? Did I mispronounce it?
A little bit.
A little
That's
bit.
it.
What did I
Daimyo.
say?
Daimyo.
Daimyo. Okay.
I understood you. It's just more of a what?
Yeah, Daimyo. Sorry.
It's okay.
See, I'm falling back into back when I played, and sorry, chat and stream, but the book was called Oriental Adventures in original AD&D when I didn't know how to pronounce. You get people have I do not want to know what I used to call a Naginata. But anyway. Okay, got that. I'll swing for the moon and do Devious too. Because I'm definitely looking for advantages here.
I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's 10. So I'm going to do 5 and 5. Let's see what we can see. D6. Okay, so I have privilege. All right, so.
Well, I believe your power, the privilege is you generate dice, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I basically every samurai on my side gains 1 die due to the advantages of the scene I found, and then any wager increases the number of dice by 1 per wager. So basically, I've given Ryosuke. It doesn't read to me like it applies to me. But that's more for you to rule on.
Oops, wrong sheet entirely.
Yeah, I have it under my Kiwi,
Every
right?
samurai on your side. You are a samurai on your side.
Okay, so then we get plus 5 dice to do the advantages we found. It is unclear how long that lasts. Or if it's just for like.
It's for the scene, more or less. Until it doesn't make sense for that advantage to narratively be applied.
Okay, so you've got a pool of 5 dice to dip into, Ryosuke, for going forward.
And what sort of advantage are you seeing here? Like what has Masaru spotted from this scene?
Okay, the force is ill-equipped for the weather and where they found themselves. They are, again, kind of like the bandits had chosen a position that somewhat shelters them from the elements, but is not a great military position. We have the high ground, Anakin. Whatever outposts or guards they do have are way more concerned with staying warm and not falling asleep than they are with their guard duties. The bad positioning, inattentive guards. Yeah, and they are, from the people we can see, they're in rough shape. Definitely suffering from hunger and cold. They also appear, I don't know. I don't know if I can get that from here, so I'm probably going to not say that. Never mind. But yeah, part of their bad positioning is they've kind of, for whatever reason, wound up in what in the U.S. we'd kind of call a box canyon. They're like in a place that you can get into pretty easily, but it's not so easy to get out, especially if the weather moves in. And that seems to be part of their problem.
I'll note to you as well that you do spot down there. There is some sort of well-dressed general figure.
Okay.
And from distance, I can tell you that they look to be a Hatamoto like yourself. Although a foreign version of it, but there's a way you move around a field, there's a way soldiers tend to act around you that creates that bubble of, this is obviously a general, this is obviously someone important, and not just any old officer, this is an important individual. Who precisely they are is hard to tell from here, but...
Right.
Given the advantages, they're probably they're not making a special effort to hide this person. So,
right.
Even though they probably should.
Yeah, so I will relay all of this to Ryoko, of course, pointing things out and then pointing out the general. Raisuke, I mean.
Do you perhaps have the eyes of a hawk? Or are you simply that talented, Lord Masaru?
Much better to see the archers before they fire, I find.
Oh, I don't know. Walking around with an arrow in my gut has always been one of my dreams.
It does motivate.
That general over there, he does seem quite important. Do you think they'd be willing to talk?
I would say so, judging by his position. I think he and his men have gotten themselves trapped here over winter, probably looking for a pass, only to work their way into this closed valley just before the winter really hit.
I'd like to get closer anyhow to take a look at those banners. You're a spry young man, aren't you? Think you can follow along?
I can certainly try.
Oh, don't let all this armor slow you down, old man.
Well, no more than the bruising I hear you took at the hands of our visiting sumo master.
Ooh.
I'll be fine.
I'd like to see you take on that mountain of meat next time you're in town.
This is why I'm a Hatamoto. Don't know. I know better.
Of course you do. Now follow along and try not to trip up.
It's going to be great when you go ass over tea kettle.
I'll go down the mountain and try and get closer to the camp.
Don't trap yourself down there with them.
Do my damnedest.
So Ryosuke is heading down solo, or is Masaru along him?
Follow along.
Yeah, okay, but we've set up that they can't get out of this little place they're in. Do we really want to trap ourselves down there with them?
No, just want to talk. See if they're willing to talk. And besides,
Right.
we have to get in a bit closer to take a look at the banners.
Yeah, but I'm saying we don't go down in there because otherwise we're going to get... So, I mean, we move closer around the rim of the valley. Because if we go down in there, we may not be able to scramble our way out. That's part of their problem.
Right, let's get into lookout range, I suppose.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say some cunning is involved, because you're trying to get close enough you get a good sight line. But not so close you're... Two other reasons. Not so close that you're out of the canyon, because now you're in a bad spot, and now it's gonna be a pain to get out of here again.
Mm-hmm.
Or more deadly, you also don't want to get so close you're within arrow range.
Right.
Because they might just shoot at weird people wandering around in the mountains, spying upon them.
Should we do this as like a cooperative?
I would advise it.
All right, let me find those rules.
Basically, you both roll your own dice pools. The person who and you make your wagers. The person who gets the higher roll is the one who gets privilege for the scene. They retain all their wagers. The person who assisted gets half their wagers. So and then you decide how you want to divvy up those wagers for extra information. Because, say Masaru has 3 wagers and Takahashi has like 1. The one that Takahashi has is for something that Takahashi wants to happen narratively, or thinks is interesting, or has something like wants to add to the scene, whereas yours are yours. So you're kind of competing to see who defines the scene a bit more often. But at the same time, as long as one of you get it, then it's still a success. So your chance it's unlike opposed, where the person who loses all their wagers. In cooperative, that person still hangs on to half their wagers because they're there to help. They're making it easier to succeed at this. You're keeping the privilege away from me as much as possible.
Right.
Mind you, if you both fail, then I get privilege. So have fun.
Right.
So keep that in mind in case you wager too much.
Well, you're right. So cunning, my Giri doesn't help here. Clan name. We are trying to be wise about this, somewhat.
I would say so.
Alright. My name, which means to help or assist. I'm trying to help Kenzo not break his neck.
It's
Oh,
true.
sorry, Masaru couldn't break his neck, yeah. It's an additional 3. None of us is as great as all of us.
Yep.
Oh. So that's an additional 6. Right. I've got 8 dice.
How
I'm
much?
gonna wager 3.
What's Masaru's dice pool?
Okay, so cunning. I think my Hatamoto Giri does in fact apply.
Mm-hmm.
I'll also take the clan virtue of wisdom. Let's see. I am gonna shout out for devious because I'm trying to get a good position. None of us is great as all of us. Yeah, so I'm sitting at 10. So I'm going to do 5 and 5.
All right. Roll your pools, folks.
A most poor roll, my lord.
Well, you both have, and actually, I would throw out, if you roll below 10, you don't even get half your wages. You're just not of any help.
Right.
But I will just knock away one of those because you round up in blood and honor. So, Masaru, you have privilege. You have 5 wagers, and Takahashi has 2 wagers.
All right. We make our way around to a position that allows us to have a better view of the camp and the people in it. First wager, we do so without being detected.
Mm-hmm.
Second wager, we we're in a defensible covered position.
Mm-hmm.
Third wager, we are in comfortable hailing range should it come to that.
Mm-hmm. One thing we all forgot, by the way, the advantage that Masaru created earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well.
Oh, well.
I could have rolled 15, and then I would have had to think of a bunch of more stuff. Okay, and yeah, I think with all that, I'm going to convert these final 2 to glory.
All right. You have 2 wagers, Takahashi. That could be glory, or that could be more information.
If the archers wish to fire on us, their fingers are a bit more stiff due to the cold.
Fair enough.
We are lightly obscured by wind picking up some snow.
All right. And thereupon you stand on your perch.
All right. So now we need to roll to see what we see.
What would
just
call
did.
that? We just didn't.
Oh no, that was to get in position.
And to get in position and see what you see. So
Yeah,
you-
what do
oh.
we see, Mr. Privilege?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry, I was so concentrating on the positionality of things.
Yeah. Typical Hanamoto.
Yeah.
I thought you were leaving it to Takahashi with his wagers to fill that in. I was like, oh, I guess he'll just leave that to him. It's like, no one said anything about what you saw. You see your immediate 5 feet surroundings. What about them? Who cares? Like, no, that's why you're here.
We are
Sorry.
just a bunch of silly gooses, aren't we?
So, yeah, it's I I'm going to use the excuse of still getting used to the system.
Yeah.
Naturally.
Okay. I could argue to make a roll that now we're in position, or take a close look at the camp and see what's to be seen, see what we can divine. How about that?
Sure, I'll oppose that roll. Why not? Let's see how devious your opposition is.
Okay.
What are we rolling?
It is cooperative, so it's you two versus the other person.
Right.
But now the catch is it's cooperative and an opposed. So if you do not get at least as much, as long as you get at least 10 on your cooperative side, you have as long as your side wins, you still get your half wagers and everything. If between the two of you, neither of you rolled better than the other guy, then all your wagers goes away because the bad guy retains privilege.
Okay.
But you get to hear my dice pool before you decide your wagers, because our wagers are happening at the same time, so you'd see me moving tokens around.
Okay, what attribute are we using for this one?
I believe cutting is appropriate.
Alright.
Oops, I clicked the wrong thing entirely. There we go. His Geary is higher than yours. How much Geary does he have?
Here we
Let me
go.
think. Where are you from? You're from there, which means how many provinces does your guy have? Let's see. Okay. Your clan virtue not apply here. Your name kinda doesn't. No, not for no. I was fighting you, yes, but I'm being sneaky. That's not really helping me here. My name, no. No. I did bring some stuff. I have 7 dice. I believe.
Okay.
Is that right? Yeah, that's right.
My Geary does not invoke here. Our virtue is wisdom. We are trying to discern. Are we being wise about it? I guess.
You understanding things, like you're doing this from a place of understanding. Yeah.
Okay, sure. So that's one more.
I should add one more for a similar reason.
My name does not... I am helping Masaru, I guess.
It's true.
Okay.
Takahashi is a man who likes to help people.
So he does. Aspect. None of us is great as all of us. Woo! And I think that's it. So 1 for the virtue, 2 for the name. So that's 3. 3 for the aspect.
What you at?
2 plus 3 plus 3, 8.
+5
Plus 5.
from the advantage.
13.
Okay.
How much does Masaru have?
So looking at cunning, and I think Hatamoto does apply. I'm going to say wisdom applies. I'm also going to shoot for my name, which means commander or victory,
Yep.
because I'm definitely looking at this militarily. Devious.
Even though you're finding this information out, yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to go for if my dog knew my plans,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm trying to divine the secrets that this person is trying to keep from me.
Mm-hmm.
So I am actually at a total of at a total of 11.
Oh.
So plus 5, 16.
Are you guys wagering anything? I don't think I am, unless you guys really wager down, because I think I need as much dice as I can get.
That's fair.
I'll wager, I don't know, 4.
What about you, Masaru?
I think I'm going to go 8 and 8.
What you're from you? Oops. 8 and 8, you say?
Yep.
Wait, 8 and 8? Aren't you at 11?
Yeah. Plus 5, 16.
16.
Oh. Yeah, even at that, yeah, no, I'm not wagering back. I need to succeed for my wager to make any sense, so.
I think that's fair.
All right, let's see what happens.
Ooh. Ryosuke is the one who retains privilege, so half of yours goes away, Masaru. I do not retain any of mine because my side lost.
Not that you bet any.
Yeah. Well, I don't get privilege, at least that's true, yeah. I lose all 0 of my privilege, of my wagers, rather. Bye-bye. So, what do you see, Takahashi? What secrets are divined?
Okay, did you actually have in mind someone that is over there? Like, what's it called?
You tell him.
I have a general there. There is a guy that is there. I can give.
Okay.
I'm willing to give a free wager to kind of highlight who that is, because I do have a. The rest you can define, but this guy I kind of know who he is.
Go ahead and tell me then.
So this won't hurt your privilege or your wagers. The guy in question is. You two would recognize him from reputation, most likely, or perhaps by reading. But one way or another, you know this man as. General Longwei, Ming Longwei, otherwise Dragon Might. He's a warlord of the Ming Empire. A seasoned general with a reputation for strategies and ruthless efficiency and cunning strategy.
Does he have something on him that we can recognize, like a plumed hat or?
Yeah, you see, he's wearing like resplendent dragon themed armor with a red tassel fluttering from the top, which implies he is loyal to the Ming Empire, as opposed to some other lesser warlord. But he is a warlord in his own right. He's dressed appropriate to his rank. I would tell you that his Giri equivalent is 6. Because the guy directly above him has at least 6 provinces under their direct control. That's why I had so many dice.
Could you put his name in the chat somewhere?
I certainly did in my mind. And I'll put his name on the board as well.
Why am I typing it?
But yeah, that's all. That's the freebie. I can definitely tell you. That's the general who's there. Other free stuff I can tell you about him because it's a freebie. Why not? It doesn't affect your side, as it were. No, that's all stuff you would define. So no, I will stop there.
So we see a camp. with the red and yellow banners of House Ming, the Ming Dynasty. We see that men are huddled around campfires and around their yurts, trying to get what little warmth they can. They have armor that is lined with fur here and there, but it mostly seems to be limited to the officers. The grunts get their regular paper armor. They have built a small pit in which they buried some of their dead. There's not many, but there are some. They seem to have slaughtered several of their horses and pack animals for food. They seem to have dug themselves in somewhat defensively inside this little gorge that they were in, digging ditches and posting lookouts. And last but not least, dang, what do we do with this one? I'm struggling here. I'll let that one fly away.
4 wages to you, Masaru.
Alrighty. Hold on a sec. Sorry, there was a Reese cup needed to be eating. Okay. So, red and yellow banners of the Ming. Men huddled around fires. Some officers have fur, but not men. There's a small mass grave. Looks like they've been eating their pack animals, and they're dug in a bit. So. Okay. This is what we're able to discern and figure out by our Okay. The majority of the foot soldiers are not Chinese or Japanese, but are instead Anu.
Okay.
I knew.
Ainu forces. Interesting.
How is it pronounced?
I knew.
Anu. Okay. Or Anu forces are, yeah, are. Let's see. They have no firearms.
That's worth spending a
Smart.
wager on.
Smart. I should have had that one. That's smart.
Damn.
Well, I was going back and forth, and I was like, well, here's an opportunity to maybe get some of those snaplock Portuguese fire muskets, but I was like, we were outnumbered.
No, if the Chinese came, they'd bring their own, not Portuguese.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're already trading with them, so
Yeah.
And sad to say, the Portuguese were just better at this point as far as firearm manufacturing. But anyway, let's see. The Ming contingent, largely officers and the equivalent of NCOs, are subtly but definitely keeping an eye on their, conscripts or soldiers, because finally, those conscripts are a bit restive after being led into this kind of debacle. So a long way, and his people are having to keep kind of an eye on their lower ranks.
Hmm.
Arrested.
So what, pray tell, does Takahashi Masaru intend to do with this information?
Masaru-sama, are those Chinese?
Looks like the officers in core cadre, but the Ashikaru, no. Those are Inu, if I don't mistake them.
Is it an invasion force? It certainly, well, looks like one, doesn't it?
I don't know. We forgot to specify the size.
Size undefined. I can't see it clearly. Do you think they might be willing to talk?
I would be surprised if they weren't. They obviously don't know their way around the mountain. Best we try not to direct them towards Diwa if we become in the position of helping them find their way out.
Frankly, I don't think we should try and direct them to any part of Japan. Right. I have an idea. Do you have any sort of rag or anything on you? We can try and get the scouts' attention and signal that we want to talk.
We are within an easy hail.
Oh, but do you think they speak Japanese?
I would find it likely that the Inu do. At least some of them.
Okay. Should I try and hail them? If we get shot at by arrows, I recommend we just scoot away.
Well, we have good cover here, so. And
Right.
again, they are in a precarious position. I think Long Wave is probably smart enough to want to talk. He's also going to know his position, so.
Alright. Just keep your head down in case the arrows start raining.
Teach your grandmother to suck eggs.
My grandmother is dead, Masaru.
And with that, we'll swing over with that palpable tension and watch as night falls over Dewa. Or at least the sun begins to set. Better way to put it. Actually, it's nighttime, not daytime. Twilight, I suppose, is a better way to put it. Lady Yako. Are you with us?
Yes.
You are, of course, invited to stay in the nicest room in the Inue's home. But if you wish to stay somewhere else, you're free to, but he has the nicer... There is a rest house in town, because this is the nicest of the villages, I think. So, but, you know, he's not gonna... It's up to you where you want to stay. He offers his house.
I think I will take him up on it because I want to talk to the old lady.
The old lady comes upon you as you're in your room settling in, and she kind of raps on the wooden frame on the paper a bit, and then draws it just enough so you can see her, so she's not drawing it wide. You see the older woman dressed a little finer in a more yellow kimono. Her hair done up a lot better than normal. And upon seeing her dressed this way, you recognize her a lot better now as Tsukiko, the child of the moon. A somewhat a woman who has been what you were for previous daimyos, but in her older age she kind of retreated into hermitage and no one really knew where she went. And who she, but all that was known is that she wasn't serving anyone outside of Dewa, because that would have come up. That would have been a letter. Someone would have told you. But here she is, and before, the reason you didn't recognize her, frankly, is that she was dressed too down. She's a lady like yourself, so she is bushi. And she kind of, as she opens the door, she does bow her head a little bit. And you can see that, and it's an obvious sign that she's asking quietly if she can enter, or if you want her to speak from the doorway.
I will bow and grant her entry.
She quietly.
And I will.
Oh.
I'll give her the bow of an equal, not somebody who's acting superior.
She very softly shimmies a little bit, like barely gets up to kind of shimmy forward, and then turns to very gently and gracefully close the door. She very softly turns around, folds her kimono underneath her knees. You know she's keeping quite a distance from you. Like, it's close quarters and it's a farmer's house, so it's not that big, but it's still big. She's not sitting at the table that you're at. She is obviously keeping a distance. Whether that's for your sake or hers is not entirely clear.
I won't force the matter, but I will take a mental note of it. It's been a long time since I've seen you.
I was surprised to see the young Yeiko coming into Goro's house. I had not calculated you were of age to be acting on, presume, the Kenzo clan's behalf.
I will nod. As much in acknowledgement and confirmation. I am.
I would have preferred if Goro would have managed to salve your suspicion. But I could see that he has the cunning of a mouse in the face of a far more knowing spirit. And she sits quietly, staring at you, almost like a miniature statue of a woman.
I will ask her why the locals seem to be on such hard times.
This is going to be a beauty roll, as you're trying to get her cooperation. She's not opposing you, though.
Okay.
This is you trying to get her to answer questions you want answered. But you may end up asking the wrong question.
That's fair. I'll go with my Giri. I think if my dog knew my plans applies.
Mm-hmm.
And then beauty gives me 3 more, which brings me to 8. I'll roll 4 and wager 4.
You have privilege.
Right. Okay, so I'm curious as to why she settled out here. Is it just because it's a small, out of the way area, or was there something that she wanted to keep her eye on?
You tell me.
Right. Eventually, I'll get used to the way the system works.
Yeah.
It is more interesting, layers upon layers, if she's here to keep an eye on a situation that she felt needed monitoring from someone loyal to the clan.
Mm.
So I'll go with that.
You have 4 wagers.
It's for why the people are looking unwell, and as if they have unusually hard times. I would say that is linked to what she's investigating. Because the village's tribute to the clan has never been under, but also it's not so high that it should be causing them this level of hardship.
Mm.
Since, we're known for our kindness toward peasantry and merchants. So yeah, that would be second compel.
Mm-hmm.
Or not compel,
Wager.
that's word, thank you. Third wager is the village head is not involved. As she says, he has about as he does not have the cunning to pull off such a fraud. Which means that someone or something is stealing rice from this town. And for whatever reason, the village hasn't seen fit to ask for help over it. That would be the last one.
You can understand, of course, how... Hello, author. You can understand, Lady Aiko, that Goro, with his ambitions, would be wary of admitting failure to a clan that has been favorable to his fortune. I had hoped to discern something so he could take some merit. But alas, all I can say is Goro is ensuring his taxes are paid. But he knows that he is short for the village, which for a season can be withstood. But should this continue, I will have my accommodations at the rest house rather than in the house of Inoue. As you should, if you remained here in this quaint, if not prosperous village.
Do you have any thoughts as to what may be the cause for items being short, as you put it?
I would suppose... Why do you hate this person? Poor Tsukiko, she's trying to help. Oh, you meant Goro. Yes. Tsukiko says to you... Oh, sorry, you were saying something?
Oh, I was just saying, who hates her?
Author, one of our viewers.
Oh.
I think he hates Goro, not the lady. I was like, wait, what? My suspicion would either be on the young Kaji, Koji. He has ambition and cunning. Though I don't know him as cruel to the peasantry, he has the same blind spot as Kenzo. I am certain Goro has no need to over-enrich himself. He makes plenty of money with his farms and being a broker. A would-be merchant when he gets gray. It may be influence of foreign spies, if one is particularly worried of that across the sea. But more closely, it could be... I doubt Usugi Dono is one to pilfer rice. Tate Dono if he were to do such a thing, has a river that leads to his province. Though the river does run downstream as well as upstream, so there are many birds to hunt and hares to follow, but only so many hunters. So you can see my dilemma.
Yes.
Of course, you could suspect me, but I think you know I don't need the money or the rice. Unless I'm working for someone, but I can assure you that I like Dewa the way it is, currently.
Your history of long service has established your honor as beyond reproach, as far as I am concerned.
Nothing is beyond reproach, Lady Eiko. Greed makes devils of us all. So say the Christians, at least. She
Call it the
smirks.
optimistic folly of youth, then. But has Goro-san tried surveillance of the silos and storage facilities?
Not as yet. He does not have the... I think it would be fair to say that Goro's weakness is his cunning. He's a great harmonizer, but not great at where the moon sits.
Perhaps.
He raises eyebrows as you both actually say the same word. And she smiles a little bit. Like, it's almost like you can feel she's on the same wavelength you are.
I'll gesture for her to speak first.
She gestures back to you.
Elder. Perhaps that is where I could start.
Perhaps so. I couldn't possibly advise a lofty lady of the Kenzo clan. I'm just an old lady in a nice little village. What could I possibly know? She bows to you, and she begins excusing herself. Which is a tiny bit rude, but it's an old lady asserting the fact that she has nothing else to say. But if you wanted to make her talk more, you could just ask her to stay, and she'd have to be careful about just leaving, because you do outrank her technically. You outrank her in prestige currently, if not she outranking you in age. So there's this weird dichotomy you have here.
She and I are of the same social class, so
yeah,
I will choose not to take offense.
So what does Yeiko intend to do as night falls over the rice farm? The rice farm village, I should say.
Yeiko will seek out some some darker clothing
Mm-hmm.
and go basically take up a surveillance post within sight of um, uh, the rice storage facilities, the silos. That's the word I'm looking for. Geez.
And as Yako disappears into the night, we look back to the mountains as the sun begins to set quite beautifully.
Oh, good. I shall cup my hands, stand up, and yell, "Ho there! Ho there!"
Who goes there?
Did they reply in Japanese?
Yeah. You see quite a few troops start massing in a very rough formation in your direction.
Regular citizens, we see that you're in trouble. Can we help?
I'm going to ask you for cunning to see if they buy that.
Okay, sure. Let's go from the top. So, my Giri, not appropriate here. Our virtue of wisdom, I think, does not apply here either. As for the clan name, no, unfortunately, I don't think so either. My name, to help or assist. I am trying to help or assist them.
Them? Are you really?
Sorry? No, I'm not.
Okay, there you go. Then no.
Aspect. Me and Masaru are working together. None of us as great as all of us.
That's true. Because if you screw this up, he's right up there with you on that ridge.
In the poop with me. Alright, I think I'll leave it at that. Nothing else applies here.
Any wagers?
No wagers. I'm rolling 5.
You just maintain privilege.
I do. Wow.
10's the number.
Okay, well, in that case, they buy it. What they say is up to you.
Are you hoping that you continue dealing with these guys, or are you hoping Long Way comes out to see you?
I'm hoping Long Way comes out to see us.
Okay, yeah. There's a lot of commotion among themselves for a bit until eventually they send a runner to get Long Way. Then he approaches among his troops. You see a very a nice thick beard at his chin, long strings of mustache stringing out. He looks to be an utter. He is not a man of great cunning. He obviously seems to be a man of great prowess in his own right. His weaponry, thankfully, has no black powder to it, but it is of rather fine quality. Not quite as nice as Takahashi's ancestral sword, one hopes, but, you know, it's nice still.
I'll keep that sword, like, lightly obscured underneath my kimono or something like if I can do it.
So you're purposely hiding it even further? You're hiding that you're a samurai?
Yeah.
What about you, Masaru? Are you hiding that you're a samurai? Are you keeping your daisho visible? Or are you keeping yourself invisible, like standing back a bit?
Yeah, we're already at a little distance from them, and under cover, so I'm going to kind of stand back where I am pretty well concealed, but can still see, hear, and react if necessary.
Certainly. Long Way comes out on guard his hand resting at his sword. Not drawing it, but he's obviously wary right now. He's not in a great position to be seeing strangers. And he knows
He
it.
definitely looks like a very higher station person, right?
Yes, he is. He is obviously a general of some kind.
Okay, then I'll lightly approach across the snow and like do a bow where I like, get on my knees in front of him and say, "I'm sorry, my lord, I did not mean to interrupt you, but I saw that your army was stuck."
Before you do that,
Uh-huh.
I warn you, this will dishonor you if you do this.
This will dishonor me
You will lose
because
3
I'm
honor
lying.
if you do this.
Oh, because I'm lying.
You're bowing to someone who isn't your lord, and he
Oh,
doesn't
then-
deserve your bow.
Then I shall not bow.
Well,
I'll
down
merely,
to your knees, because that's subservience. You're accurate. Even if it's false, it looks bad on you and your clan.
If I just give him a regular bow, though?
A regular bow's fine. You would do that anyway, so it may hurt your lie a bit though, because most Japanese tend to freak out around generals. Like, they tend to go, "Oh God, you look very powerful. I better get all the way down and kneel." But then again, this is Dewa province. He might buy it. He might not. So
He's Chinese. What the hell does he know?
yeah.
I'll give him then a light bow, not a full bow. You seem important, my lord, and I saw that your army was stuck here. Is there anything I can do to help?
One of his soldiers, after a pause, one of the soldiers turns to him and starts saying something in Chinese. He looks over at him, stares at you. He says something. There's no translation right away. He turns and stares at the translator. Translator, you can see they're thinking. And then they nod and realize they're being stared at. Oh, crap. Turns and looks at you. The Honorable General asks, what help you can be to us?
Tell the Honorable General that I do not know what his situation is. You men appear cold and hungry. Food can be provided, but I'm afraid I am unaware as to why you are here, in the mountains in the backwoods of, well, Japan.
He says something very brusque. The general asks, who are you?
I hail from the Buddhist temple. I am one of the guards at the Buddhist temple. We saw your banners and smoke signals from across the mountains, and they sent me to investigate.
I'm going to ask you for cunning here opposed. Let's see if Long Way catches on what's going on.
He is a very cunning person, I think. Okay, well, my Giri does not come into play here, again. I do a lot of things that are not within my Giri. The clan's virtue, it's not wise to reveal ourselves immediately who we are lest we be attacked, right?
Mhm.
So we are doing the wise thing. Alright, so that's plus 1, right? That's our virtue.
Mm-hmm.
Kenzo clan name? Not really. I don't think so. My name. To clear or to help or assist.
He's at 9, I'm pretty sure.
I got nothing there. Aspect. Oh. None of us as great as all of us?
I wouldn't take it here. Kind of on your own right now. And now you've moved away from Asara. Asara's actually fairly safe, even if you do biff this.
Okay. My glory of warrior poet for being good with words.
I would say so. Yep.
So that's another +1. Quality equipment doesn't come into play here. Actually, if I show them, well, if they get to see my sword, will they actually believe that I'm some sort of guard at the temple?
Your sword's way too nice.
Then an honor point. So +7. I'm also at 9. Is he gonna wager anything?
Ooh, you're at 9 as well, are you?
Yeah.
You know what? I will wager 2. He's willing to gamble a little.
Then I have to follow, right?
You do not, because you're not in
I
a
do
duel.
not.
In a formal duel, then yeah, you have the first person, the higher fighter forces the lower person to match. But in a opposed, you just see me wagering. Whether or not you want to meet my wager is up to you.
Then no, I will not be your wager. I need the dice.
Okay.
29.
26. I do not maintain my wagers. You have privilege.
Oh. He buys the lie. Plain and simple.
He says something. The general says that explains the bulge of a weapon inside your coat, your jacket.
I will nod.
He says something. What assistance can you give us?
Again, my lord, I must request that you specify what assistance you need. How did you even manage to end up here?
The general says that is of no concern of a bodyguard.
Oh, very well then. I see that you have slaughtered your pack animals. Do you require food?
I'm going to push on your compelled to say something really inappropriate here. To blighten
I
up
see
the
that
mood.
I see that you slaughtered your pack animals. My, you boys must be very hungry.
He stares at you. He says something to the guy, and the guy nods repeatedly. He gives you a look.
I'm guessing that's a no then. Very well.
He says something. The translator looks at him, puzzled. He turns and just backhands him in the face. The guy sprawls to the ground just because, yeah, this is like a bodybuilder slapping a guy who farms sometimes and fishes. That hurt. Eventually he just kind of blinks away the stars and gets back to his feet and bows repeatedly at him and apologizes. He turns to you. General says to give us your food.
I don't think I have any food on me, my lord, but a day or so back to the temple and perhaps I can bring you some packages.
He waves a dismissive hand once it's translated to you.
But a dismissive as in, yes, you can get out of my sight, or...
Yeah, as he walks away from you.
Will we be recompensed, my lord?
He looks over his shoulder. Yes. He keeps walking.
Oh, just lightly as he's walking away to the guards. So, you guys are not from around here, huh?
If you're smart, man of Dewa, you might want to get out of here before he recognizes the warrior poet of Dewa. And they'll give you a look, because your reputation does precede you a little bit to these people.
Well, gentlemen, mother never did teach me to be smart. I'll about face and walk away.
And they return back to they wait till you're gone, and then they go back to their normal guard positions.
My lord Masaru, I bring news.
What have you discovered?
They are indeed very hungry, my lord.
And aught else?
The general is Chinese, my lord, and they are willing to give us recompense if we bring them food, my lord.
And why are they here?
I did not manage to find that out, my lord. They seem to be very tight-lipped. Hungry, but very tight-lipped.
Understandable in their position, certainly.
You are the commander of the armies. It is your choice whether to attack. However, I could not gauge whether they were here on... Well, they did... The guards recognized me. The general didn't. They did warn that I might have my head cut off if I stayed. So I do not think that their intentions are entirely pure, so to speak. What should we do? Masaru, don't know.
GM, is there a path, could this force be directed to take a path that out of their little trap here in the mountains that leads them away from Dewa?
There's a pass that
Like
could
it-
lead them to Mutsu province instead.
Okay.
Like the three ways they have out of here is that one pass you happen to know about, which that's probably why they can't get out of here. There's two passes. They have to find the Dewa path or the Mutsu path. They're closer to the Dewa one, but they don't know where it is. Like you'd have to be from here to know these two ways out. The third path, of course,
Right.
is back into the ocean.
Okay. I think we are not of a strength to fight this force.
Then, Lord Masaru, may I propose a daring plan?
What do you have in mind?
Well, they seem to be rather cold. How about we visit them during the dark of night and make them warm again?
You propose a night raid.
A raid? No, sir. Just you and me. And some tinder.
Again, I believe you may be overlooking the problem of getting back up and out once we are down and trapped in the closed valley with them.
The general probably still has his horse. They dare not slaughter it for provisions. If we are
Yes.
lucky, we may be able to ride it out, while the rest are busy tending to their large campfire.
It has less to do with their ability to ride or walk than the winter has closed their route out of the pass.
Or did anyway.
Or it did anyway. I mean, if it's melted now, why are they still here?
Is it melted, GM? If we
It's-
look to the side, is there still snow up on the mountain?
Well, remember, you through the Samurai Frozen Pass. It's still pretty snowy up there, so the paths will be more the longer spirit. If they're still here by the end of season, they'll probably see the ways out. It's just that right now they don't, because they're not locals. They don't know about these passes. They're in a really
Okay.
bad spot that only mountain folk would know. And you guys
No,
know it
no.
because you're from Dewa. You would know about this
Right.
pass. But
Is there a
foreigners wouldn't know
chance that
this.
we can snow them in, as in avalanche them?
No, they're too far away. Oh, well, I take that back. There'd be a role you possibly could make that happen, but I would suggest to you that you would be engaging in a strike. You'd be engaging in combat.
It was merely an offer, Lord Masaru. If you do not wish, we can always return to the castle and rally the troops. There is a way we can cut off the serpent's head right now, but I understand if you think it is too risky.
Author.
Perhaps we
Yeah,
should
I would
try
consider
stretching.
sewing someone in as a hostile action.
No,
Um,
absolutely not.
So, I think I have maybe a stratagem, but it's going to require. So, GM, here's what I would like to do. Probably with the assistance of the monks at the monastery for some cloth and paints and various things. I want to try to make my little force of Ashigaru appear to be a much larger force. I'm thinking about doing this through the use of what are these, sashimono, the flags that attach to the back of the armor and signal flags. Using what we have, plus making several others out of different colors or painted cloths either that we have with us or that we get from the monastery. So that basically, they're going to see what appears to be, judging by the banners and sashimono, a bunch of troops, kind of partially encircling the valley, when it's actually a much smaller version of troops. And then I'm gonna, my plan is to run that deception on them, and then kind of point them the way to the sea. Now, okay, Takahashi, the problem with this plan is it does let them know that there is a pass nearby leading into Dewa. The other option is we kind of build on your ruse and perhaps even see if we can get the monks perhaps to lead them down into either Mutsu, or better yet, to the sea, to get them out of our hair without revealing the pass to Dewa, although I'm sure they know there's one somewhere. There would have to be. But if we can convince them that we, if not outnumber them, then at least have sufficient troops in a position advantageous to us, we might be able to at least control them, perhaps use our new trading friends to get some transport for them back to where they came from.
That sounds like an idea, but if we use the Buddhist monks, there's a chance that they'll say, okay, thank you for the food, and then they don't follow that faith. They can just wipe them out. They're Confucianists,
Well, so we're half the Buddhists. Well then, I suggest we quote unquote surround them, and then negotiate from what appears to be a position of strength.
It certainly would appear that way, I suppose. If you're going for that plan, then by all means, I'm with you.
So yeah, that's what I would like to do. And part of this, I want to send a runner back to the castle Iron and Jade, because I think we may need our new Chinese friends somewhere, and also just to keep the daimyo in the loop. But yeah, so let's make our masquerade here and at least see if the Buddhists will loan us fabrics and paints to boost our numbers.
Give me a beauty roll to get the Master Hoshin Ray to aid you in this.
Beauty roll.
You're bringing yourself with harmony with a fellow person. By letter, but still, all the same. You're not lying to him. You're genuinely asking for his help.
Okay.
Lord
so...
Masaru, would you like me to assemble the letter for you?
The what?
Would you like me to assemble the letter for you?
Sure. You have a better beauty, I guess?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Sure.
Dear Mr. Hoshinri. Would my Giri of Yojimbo get into this?
I don't think your duty as a bodyguard's kicking in, no. I
Okay.
will throw out there, you do have a free wager, because you did give a good show at the temple, and you acted honorably, so Hoshin Ray does have a high opinion of you. That doesn't give you a
Free
die,
wager.
that just means you just have a free wager.
Cool. Sure. This is a wise course of action, perhaps. So our clan virtue kicks in. Alright, so +1. I am helping Masaru write this letter.
You are?
So that's another +1. 3 swords for a clan name? Or 3 wisdoms?
Yeah.
Another +2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. None of us is as great as all of us.
Correct, yep.
+7. Warrior Poet.
Yes.
+8. So I'm rolling 11 dice. I'll wager an additional 2.
And I'll mark that there's a free wager out there. You have privilege?
Master Hoshin Ray receives a very well-crafted letter, imploring him to do as the Hanamoto Masaru Kenzo wishes. And for an additional wager, his monks will do what is asked in good time because they know their way around the mountain.
Fair enough.
And I'll take the 2 in glory.
Very good. So it shall be, on the next morn you will have many monks with many cloths ready to assist. And Masaru, I'll ask of you for this plan. You're trying to deceive your opponent into... You're trying to trick him into dialogue, or are you trying to trick him into action?
I'm trying to trick him into not. I'm trying. Okay. Yes. Yeah, I want him to talk to us, but I also, I guess tricking him into inaction. There is a, if not superior in number, then definitely superior in position force around him. So, Dewa is no longer, wherever that pass is, he's not getting there from here this season. So, and then after that, I'm in a position of strength to negotiate with him and tell him, it's time to go back to China or wherever the hell.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of more of a setup than a follow through at this point, I guess. So I'm going to pitch for a cunning roll.
Yeah, I think it's more cunning than prowess.
Yeah.
You're not moving on. You're not trying to... If you were trying to make his army move, I'd call it more prowess than cunning, but you're trying to get him to believe something that isn't true, which is more what you're trying to do. So yeah, cunning.
Okay.
This is opposed by him, because if he sees through it, then it doesn't matter.
Okay.
I will give you one free wager, because you have... Actually, sorry, not wager. I correct myself. I am... Pardon me. I'm going to give you one free die, because you have some special equipment from the Hoshinrei's Buddhists, because they will be they won't look cheap. They will look like proper banners because, well, they have nice fabrics. So make us some more. Could you make us some false flags? Yeah, we could do that. It's not that bad. It's not hard to do. Could you do nicer if we had more time? But you need us like tomorrow morning, so we're gonna hurry up. And even hurrying gives you a +1.
Okay, very good.
I think my dice roll is 9 still.
With cunning and the extra die gives me 5. My name, Commander Victory.
Yeah.
Okay. Giri is Hatamoto.
Yep.
Argue for clan virtue wisdom because I'm trying to avoid a direct confrontation through stratagem.
I'd take that.
And that is wise in this point. Devious.
I'm not thinking this is dishonorable. You're just more cunning than the other guy. You're not the first samurai to have this kind of idea.
Right, and I'm a general. It's kind of what we do.
Yeah.
None of us is as great as all of us. Because I know for a fact that the daimyo, with knowing our force level, isn't wanting to get in a fight with the Ming right now.
I'll take that.
Okay, that's 3. Is the +5 still up and running?
It is for this roll, yep.
Okay. So base with your 1 freebie, I'm at 12, so that brings me with a +5 to a total of 17.
You want to wager any of that? I'm not wagering if you have 17. Good God, there's no way.
Okay, let's see.
Unless you wager way down, but...
And it is an opposed roll, and you're rolling 9. Yeah, I will match your roll of 9 and wager 8.
Oh, jerk. I'm not wagering if you're meeting me. That makes... No, he is who he is. Don't be a coward. You're not one. He'll wager at least 1.
Okay.
If he gets it, he gets it. Oh.
Not bad.
I'm sorry.
Oh, shit.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
Okay, we got to look this up.
Yeah, we haven't had a dead tie before. There's a rule for it. I just forgot it by now because it doesn't happen a whole lot often. It is a contested risk. Because one of us gets... I think it's the person with more wagers. I think is what hits, but I'm going to check. Be 100% on that. Page 31, I believe. Just risk declaring dice, hidden wagers. Oh, well, we could be hiding our wagers. I'm just doing it open because it's faster. But by book, we're supposed to be hiding our wagers. If we're at a table, I'd be gathering stuff. You'd be gathering stuff. But whatever. The player who rolls highest as victor has privilege. Any all players involved in risk are defeated and do not have privilege. Forgive us, folks. We're in a very weird position, and it isn't entirely clear what one does in this scenario. I guess they
Damn
weren't
you,
betting.
John Wick. Why weren't you more clear with your rules, Mr. Wick?
That sounds like your GM's problem. I know exactly.
No, I put the blame on Mr. Wick.
Yeah. Accuse.
Should have stuck to the movies, John.
I believe we roll again.
Okay.
I believe is what happens. Because I'm thinking about how duels are done, and it's the same way.
Okay.
So right now, we're not even if either of us get lower than 10, it doesn't matter, because it matters. If it's already established one of us has privilege, now it's a matter of, well, who? Somebody got it. Somebody won. We can't both be right, because we have very opposing points. So we both roll...
So do we roll like the same amount of dice, or...?
The same amount, yeah.
Okay.
So one of us got privilege. Who? Oh...
It is I.
It is you.
I have privilege.
Oh. So yeah, you have privilege. Your intended outcome can occur if you wish, as you're able to force him to come out and talk to you.
Yes, so we get everybody in position, and they believe that all these flags and everything actually indicate our actual level of force.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. First wager is they how do I put this? They don't realize that a good chunk of the people carrying flags aren't soldiers.
Right.
The second wager is that the foot soldiers, the Ainu, who are already agitated, we've established, are even more nervous and agitated at this site. So that Long Way is less than confident in how these Ainu might perform. That was the next wager.
Mm-hmm.
He is willing to talk. That is the next one. The size of this force is approximately 150 men. Judging by the gravesite, it was about I forget what the Ming called them, but they had companies of around 200 men, of around 100 men. So looks like they buried about 50-ish of them, so there are about 150 left. That's the size of this force.
Okay.
Willing to negotiate. Long Way believes that he is in an inferior military position.
I'll hand that back to you. He already thinks that.
Okay. Roll one. Okay. Anything else? Ooh. You know, kind of because his eyes, I've really stolen a march on him, and you know, this kind of increases the Hatamoto of Dewa's reputation in his eyes, for the purposes of, you know, his current opponent. Not like I have an advanced reputation score with him going forward, but in this encounter, he's like, okay, that was pretty slick. You got the better of me on this one. I respect that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else you think I ought to put in place, Takahashi?
Nothing that really springs to mind. You could just take glory.
That's what I'm thinking, but I've missed things so many times with this system so far. Trying to make sure I don't. What about you, Yako? See anything I'm missing glaringly?
No.
You're not
Nothing
Yako.
glaring.
I am. Sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, maybe you are on Saturdays, but that's up to you. That's between you and your friends.
Nothing glaring.
I'm gonna add one honor to your pool. This risk has really made your client look good.
Okay, so yeah, I'm going to just take that as glory. Mark that before I forget it. One thing about this map is I can't see my minimized character sheet against the light.
Yeah, I find that too.
As the fated encounter between Ming Longwei occurs with Ryosuke Takahashi and Kenzo Masaru, we look to the dark of night, where Yako is dressed in darker colors near where the food stores are kept, the warehouses, only lit by moonlight. And I believe, Lady Yako, you're trying to catch someone in the act.
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you for cunning, good lady.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ask you straight cunning.
Let's go with. I'll invoke my Giri. I will also invoke my reputation.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll invoke aspect 2 if my dog knew my plans.
Yep.
So that gives me a total of 8. Cunning. 9 dice. I will wager 5 and roll 4.
Oh, okay.
Oh wait, is it a post?
No. Oh,
Dang.
you lose privilege.
I am going to use my lucky advantage.
Ooh. What does lucky do for you?
I get to re-roll a single die, and I think that means I make it.
Nice.
3 times per game session, while taking a risk, you may re-roll a single die that rolls a 1.
So 5 more on a 7 does break 10. Yep. I believe you wagered 5?
I did.
You
yes.
are very lucky, Lady Aiko. You have privilege. What do you discover?
So the first thing I will say is I do in fact catch the person who is thieving from the silo.
Would you say they're a soldier, a spy, a lady, a commoner, bandit? What class of person are you running into here?
Sorry, I'm thinking.
Priest, perhaps?
No. I'm thinking not really a spy so much as there's a word for it, and I am forgetting the name of it. If a spy goes in to seek intelligence, a different type of covert actor goes in to sow dissent and discord. Saboteur, that's the word I'm looking for.
Aha.
And as a bonus, if they get extra rice for their lord, so much the better. Yes. And I think I shall, rather than drawing attention to them immediately, aim to follow them to see where they're coming from.
Where are they coming from, Lady Aiko? You have wagers.
Right. This is a good question. They're traveling along the river.
Upstream or downstream?
So,
Oh, sorry, go on. I interrupted your thought there.
so that I don't lose them, I will use a wager to say that there is a spare rowboat nearby that I can use to follow.
Okay.
They will go upstream.
They're going this way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is, I think, costs another wager.
I was taking that from earlier. I was clarifying an earlier question.
Okay.
You said they're in stream. It's like, well, okay, they're going one of two directions.
Gotcha. So yes, they are leaving towards Mutsubu province.
Okay. 3 wagers left.
Oh.
Actually, toward Mitsu province would be its own thing, because that indicates where on the river they're headed, because they're moving really quickly, it seems.
Yeah. And the remaining 2, I think I will convert to... I'll probably convert to Glory, only because I'm not sure what else I could do with them that would be useful. So yeah, Glory.
So in the night, rowing with speed. Upstream, no less. How far do you follow them?
I would follow enough to... Enough that it either nears dawn, where I won't have cover of night, or where I will... where I see where they disembark. One or the other.
I'm gonna call for... It's not prowess I'm asking for, I think. I think I'm asking for strength. Just straight up rowing for a very long time in the dark upstream. Through mountains and hills. This is not an easy journey to do.
That's unfortunate.
It turns into an endurance thing.
It's
not opposed, though.
My weakness, so.
Oh, strength your weakness? Oh no. I will say there's no opposed because they don't know you're there, so they don't know. It's not a matter of them outlasting you, really. Actually, you know what? It probably would. They're not actively doing it. They may just be in better shape than you. So yeah, it is opposed. I'll figure out my dice pool.
Okay.
Which means I need to know your numbers, which I wasn't thinking about till just now. I was thinking of a different number. No. It's probably so. I'm gonna call them at 5 dice.
Okay.
I don't think the rest would apply in this case. No.
So since strength is my weakness, I would say by Giri probably applies.
Because you are sneaking. You are trying to spy on somebody. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're trying not to lose the person you're tailing.
Can I argue the... Actually, I don't really think that would apply. That's too much of a stretch. I need at least one other die, is the thing. Otherwise, I just mathematically can't make it.
Honor can be spent.
Hey,
Yeah, sure.
I already took 2 this session, so I won't hold it against you if you take 1 as well.
I'll spend an honor.
Gets you 4 dice.
4 dice total, or 4 in addition to
In
the one I
addition.
got from Kitty? Cool. That brings me to a total of 5. I really don't want to lose this guy, so I'm going to roll the full dice pool and not...
I'll wager 1. Just because I know what what his wager would be. Oh,
Yes.
out of curiosity, well, would that have been... Yeah, if I didn't wager it, I would have been fine. Yeah, you have privilege.
Right. So yeah, he does not lose me before either evening comes or he makes landfall.
He makes landfall around here, where there's in these hills here, to rest, because you can only row so long before you just lose all sense of strength. Your back hurts. I'll say is that loss of honor, that 1 honor point, you kind of... There was a very... It's hard to be... There was graceful rowing, and then, nope, I'm going to tie back my sleeves, I'm going to pull back my hair, I'm going to grunt like I'm a laborer trying to get every bit of dirt out of the ground. It is an unpleasant and sweaty job to follow this guy, and the whole time you have to basically bite down on something to not make too much noise, because he might hear you. Yeah, you're able to catch up to him at his camp, his fireless camp out in the hills, as he finds that little... Because there's this little mini island in the middle, so you can kind of hide out there, which is where you're able to hide out, because you followed after him in silence.
Cool.
I will note he is not on guard, because he doesn't know you're there. He doesn't think anyone's followed him.
I'm gonna wait till he falls asleep.
What do you intend to do?
Wake him up with my dagger at his throat.
You do so. He just wakes up and you're just there.
Yeah. I think we should have a discussion, you and I.
He nods slowly.
Who are you stealing the rice for?
GM has to think about this. There's a risk here he might do something stupid.
That's fair.
I think prowess... I'm gonna double check though, but I think prowess is the best roll here. Just showing that you are more than willing to take his life.
Yeah.
And able to do so. I don't have a reason to compel you. Yeah, it's not a matter of cunning, it's not a matter of strength. It's not a matter of wisdom. Yeah. Courage, I suppose, might come into it, but... That would be him, not you. If he were putting a knife to you, it'd be courage to tell him to piss off. But you're trying to push against him. So I will call this prowess on your part. I will compel that even if he does something dumb, I will warn you now that if he makes this roll, he will probably do something that involves attacking you. If you kill him, I will strike against your compel, because you killing him loses you the secret that he has. If he dies, you lose what he knows. But if you succeed, then he'll tell you anyway because he's scared to die. So it's opposed roll. It's prowess for you, courage for him, essentially. Well, it'll be opposed prowess essentially because he thinks he might be able to take you. He's not right. He's incorrect. He's very incorrect here. If you just say he dies, there's nothing I can do. He's not that skilled. He's just some saboteur. He's just some dude. But he does get dice. How much dice does he get? He gets... How good is his prowess? Prowess is okay, but his cunning is better. So I think it's just 3. Plus what he is for... that's it, really. His tools and who he works for doesn't... Oh, no, who he works for matters. That gets him 2 dice. He's actually at 6.
Yikes. Cool. So I get 2 for my prowess. I would say I'm acting to my Giri.
Mm-hmm.
Since I'm trying to uncover information.
I'd say so.
I don't think my reputation really comes to play here.
Being shrewd.
I'm really just being intimidating more so than shrewd. I will say if my dog knew my plans probably comes to play because I'm trying to discover his secret.
Yeah. Because if you get this, he's going to spill.
4 from Giri. 5, 6. Yeah, it's straight 6-6. Straight roll off.
I'll wager 1.
I will not wager.
Oh.
Just actually, if he's wagering, I'll wager.
Well, fine. I'll wager again. I'm not being shown up by some lady in the dark.
Seriously?
I'm highlighting how arrogant this guy is feeling right now. It's a false arrogance. He's wrong. Me and you both know he will die if he fights you. He does not know that.
Yeah, I'm only wagering 1. Dang. Okay. I'm lucky.
You are lucky.
So I will re-roll that 1. Damn it.
Oh no.
You did roll another 1.
True, I'll use lucky for the last time. Dang it. 66% odds, and R&D did not like me on that one.
He tries to grapple with you suddenly. Like there's a half moment you see in his eyes, and it's that sense he can smell that you're not a guy. He can see from the way you're dressed that you're not a guy. And he makes the false assumption that you're not Bushi. He just thinks you're some lady, or maybe a lady spy like him. And he's like, well, I have pretty good prowess. I could probably fight this lady. He's wrong. You are a far better, even at prowess 2, that's among the samurai class. You're not the strongest samurai, but it's like, no, you know how to kill people. He's made a mistake here. And the privilege I'm going to use here is that he has forced you into making a choice of either letting him up and getting to fight you straight, or and possibly you'll have to restrain him. Or you kill him where he lays. So he doesn't even. I will actually let these 2 flitter away if that happens. But I'm going to push that choice at you. That he is forcing you to let him up or have you kill him. Most I have to give you that choice because he can't. In this particular, no, I'm pushing that at you. I don't have to do this, but the privilege I'm pushing on you is either you kill him or you're letting him up. If you let him up, these 2 things will do something. Something's gonna happen on top of that.
This might be a dumb idea, but I'm gonna let him up because I love secrets, so
Okay.
I'm gonna invoke the compel on myself on that one.
So you won't lose honor because you're right. I would totally have dinged you for that. He sweeps a foot up as you're scrambling away from, because you're getting forced into a position where you're gonna kill him, and you know that's gonna happen. So you kind of have to get up to your feet. As he spins up, he kicks the knife out of your hand, and it flitters away into the water. And then the second thing is he does draw his sword.
He has a sword?
As you see him pull out a ninjato out from his bag. It doesn't look very nice. It looks kind of raggedy, like he probably stole it off of some dead body. But hey, he has a sharp thing and you don't, so he's happy with this equation.
Crap.
And he moves to strike at you. So now we're at opposed prowess.
Yes.
Assuming you're not just gonna kill him.
No.
So really, you can say you don't have this knife, so you can. The prowess here I'm calling for is that he doesn't hurt himself. Like, you will win this fight. He's nameless, so he can't really stand a chance in a fair fight with you. But this is so you don't accidentally kill him.
Yeah.
So it's a prowess off. If he wins this out, he may. He won't kill you, because I don't think that would make sense for him to win that way. I think you will end up being forced to kill him with his own sword, because this idiot doesn't realize that he should have just given up this whole time. That said, we're at the same place, because I think we're both doing the same. It's basically another prowess off, essentially. It's just that now he's increased his chance of death.
6 versus 6 again.
Yep. And I'm going to spend 2. I won last time on 2, so yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah, this is a great idea.
I'm spending none.
Huh?
I'm spending none.
So you're keeping your full 6? That's fair.
Yeah. You surprised me once. I'm not going to let him do it again.
What if I kept those?
That's more like...
What if I kept those 2? You arrogant idiot. Okay.
Hey.
It's your privilege, as he does charge at you with his sword, and unfortunately for this man, he is not as skilled at Kenjutsu as he thinks he is, especially compared to, even though you're disarmed, you still know empty-handed methods to disarm someone who has a sword, and he doesn't know that. Again, he's assuming the wrong thing. He's assuming you're a lady of the village, not a lady of the clan.
Yeah. So Yeiko would probably use the fact that he's swinging it wildly to disarm him with a well-timed kick. And then grapple him to restrain him.
Gah. Let me up. Get off of me. You'll never make me talk, you wench. Get off of me. Get off. He keeps wrestling with you.
You know, I don't have to question him here. Yeah, Yeiko will try to tie his arms behind his back.
Unless you're knocking him out, that'll be a strength risk.
She'll knock him out in that case, and then tie him up after he's unconscious.
And thus, Lady Aiko has captured the spy. Do you intend to bring him all the way back to the rice farm, or are you gonna bring him to the rice farm and talk to him there, or are you gonna take him all the way back to the castle? Because you have him, you've captured him, and kept him from getting himself killed.
I'd probably return to the rice farm briefly to gather my things.
Mm-hmm.
Head back to the... Actually, nah, I'll just head straight back to the castle. I don't want to risk him having allies in the rice farm.
Fair enough. The General Ming Long Wei, in the freezing cold, as the sun rises, sees banners lining the horizon above him. The canyon that was once abandoned is now bristling with steel. Or at least he thinks so. He has his men array themselves in formation. They don't seem terribly eager, but there's a certain level of trust. There are a lot of men who falter, but he is a man, a general of a rather powerful person. So he still has 6 segments of his force that are willing to stand with him no matter what. They believe in him as the guy who will win if he chooses to fight. He approaches on guard, and will meet whoever meets him in the field. I presume both Takahashi and Masaru reveal themselves at this point as the samurai that they are.
Oh yes, with my sword proudly on display this time.
Dono is an acceptable form of address as like a respected equal, right?
Yeah. And Japan generally respects the Chinese Empire. They're an empire. They're like us. Though the Chinese don't think the same back, but, you think of them at least as equals.
Actually, more united than we are. Envy that.
Ming Dono. I am Kinzo Masaru, Hatamoto of Dewa Province. I must admit to being surprised to finding such a distinguished visitor on my very doorstep.
I would think so. His Japanese is a little stilted, a little too formal,
Mm-hmm.
a little dated, but it indicates he's highly educated. Like he's probably speaking from a textbook more than a person who talks in Japanese all the time.
You and your men have traveled far, although I see some perhaps not as far as others. You seem to be in some distress. Perhaps the men of Dewa can be of assistance.
Food is a thing I did ask for, and food is a thing I expected. But it seems the would-be protector of monks is one of your warrior class, your servants of the imperial throne. So, and I imagine from your attire and comportment that you are of same kind.
I am Hatamoto of Clan Kenzo, the ruling clan of Dewa.
Dewa has a ruling clan.
Indeed we do.
That was information that would have been quite useful before winter.
Ah. Well, if it is food you need, Dewa can provide. Our winter fish harvests have been bountiful, and rice harvest plentiful the preceding year. I can have some guides take your men back to the coast, where I could even arrange transport back to Ming, to China, I don't know what they call it, to China, for you, if you wish. We have recently met others from your lands, sailors knowledgeable of these waters to and from. Are you willing to make your way back to shore, where we can meet you with food and supplies and send you on your way home? I'm distressed to find that such a brilliant general as yourself was shipwrecked in the depths of winter. It is a terrible tragedy. I'm giving him some face here.
I might come after you. Might compel you here. I'm gonna compel upon you if my dog knew my plans. You can either let him save face and no risk will happen. He will simply take the honorable way to get out of here before he gets into a war. Because the war score isn't high enough. He's not in a position currently to fight you. He was hoping not to have this happen. It's too late. He's been caught, so he's kind of screwed. You could start a war with him right now, and he knows it. And you're choosing not to for some reason. And he doesn't feel like testing you. And just if you didn't do all this panoply, he probably would just struck out and try to take you out there and then to just hide what he's doing. But he thinks he's one step away from a war, whereas in fact he's one step away from a fight, which is different.
Right.
A fight is something he thinks he can win, especially with that many Ashigaru with him. He has the numbers more than you. Not that he knows that. Because you're also giving the false sense that your Giri isn't 1, it's like 3 or 4 or something, which is he's still higher than you. But that's a lot higher than he thought it was. So you can let him go. That will cost you honor because you're letting a secret sail away from you. Or you can try to beauty convince him to tell you why he's here.
Ooh. Okay.
But you're choosing which risk you're suffering there.
When you lose honor, what's the ding? 3?
3.
Okay. So yeah, I will have to take the beauty risk. Is my +5 still up and running?
I would say so, because you did that, you have an idea as a fellow general. You have an idea of what, if you were in his position, what would you be doing? Why would you bring this kind of force here? Takahashi, you could assist and cooperate, but I'm going to compel upon you your merry comportment. That you, if you do assist, you're going to you'd have to be serious and shut up and not make any jokes. If you start making jokes, then you're not helping. You're actually kind of distracting the conversation a little bit. It doesn't hurt, Masaru, it just means he will be helping.
I was going to crack a joke, but he was monologuing, so I didn't actually get a chance to.
Feel free to crack a joke now, because that keeps you out of the...
No, when he was addressing me, I would have, said something, but nothing particularly...
Let's go.
Yeah, bless you.
Okie dokie.
Sorry about that. I was trying to hit mute before I blasted yours. My bad.
Yeah, but Ryosuke will keep his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready for action. Yeah, I'm on guard.
Nope.
Because if it looks like it's going to come in, to blows between these two, I don't want the Haramoto to take a blow.
Yeah, I will highlight that. Yeah, if you fail this beauty, it might turn into... He might take a swing.
Well, fair enough.
So I want to be quicker on the draw.
Okay.
It's a flat beauty roll for me. He's not opposing you here. This is just you finding the words to get him to listen, to share that with you. But there's a risk, that if you do this, he might... If you dig further into this, you might offend his face, and he may have to save it by fighting you.
Well, I'm not particularly interested in figuring out if this is just him acting on his own, or a actual full Imperial backing, or just a faction, or what the hell.
I suppose he'd roll some opposed.
He
has some beauty. I should roll opposed. It's a beauty thing. He may want a certain thing from you. It's not gonna be high though, because that's not what he's good at.
Okay. So let's see. I'm gonna go for my name, Commander Victory.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Haramoto. Wisdom, because this is information we need and it'd be good to have it instead of just letting him walk right away.
Yep.
Know thy enemy, as Sun Tzu taught me.
I think he only had 7.
Devious.
Devious. I will take it here.
Let's see.
Nah, I'll say beauty's his weakness. 'Cause I
Since
need
you've
the
compelled
efficiency.
my aspect, do I get the points for it?
No, I'm
I-
just telling you, if you do, you either do this or you lose 3 honor.
Okay, so then I'm going to invoke aspect 2.
Yeah, because you are delving into a secret, so kind of the compel matches what you want it to do anyway.
Right. Okay, so I am at 7 plus 5, so 12.
He's at 7. We'll have +1, just because of who he is, but even still. 8. Because beauty's his weak stat, so 8 is as good as he's going to get, I think. He's not betting anything. You have too many dice.
I'm going to do the same thing I did last time, match you with 8 and wager 4.
I'll spend at least 1, because you are stepping down to where I am, so I'm going to gamble a little bit here. I'll highlight to you that does show that Ming Longwei has a sense of honor. If he's being given to, he will match in token at the very least.
Okay. And here goes nothing. 33. Not terrible.
16. Nope, you have privilege.
Okay. And this is to find out what he's actually up to?
Yep.
Okay. What he was actually up to was he was trying to get a force into Dewa. He had outdated information about the struggle in the province. The old daimyo died without an heir, and then the Kinzo and Kuragane clans were vying for power.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's make it even more Sengoku Jidai. So yeah, the former daimyo of the province is one of those guys appointed. His family was appointed a while ago by the Ashikaga shogunate, which has completely obliterated itself now. And our two families had the real power in the Han for quite a while, and finally, with him dying, it was time for one or the other of us to come out on top, and that wound up being Kinzo. But he was trying to get his forces in and down there to get a foothold on a western-facing coastal northern province that just kind of get a foothold. It's on the right side of the island. It's isolated. It'd be a good place to, stage.
Mm.
Okay. Next one. This is not a plan that comes from the Emperor, but it does come from a faction within the Imperial Court, in the Ming Court. So, one of those things that, if it was successful enough, it would probably be approved by the Emperor.
Mm.
But it didn't come from the Emperor. There's a faction doing something back in court that caused this. Let's see. The Ainu, they used to live here.
Yeah.
And they viewed this alliance, or at least a group of them viewed this alliance as an opportunity to break the blockade of the. I know there's a family up there
Mm-hmm.
that is in charge of southern Honshu and pushing the Ainu back to get around
Well,
that
southern
kind of
Hokkaido,
blockade.
yeah.
Yeah, Hokkaido, yeah. To get around that blockade and perhaps take back some of their ancestral possessions and land. That's why they're here and willing to be recruited. And let's see, what's the last one? Ooh. What is? Do I have his name? Do we know Kuragane? Do we know Kogi's brother's name? Did we ever establish that?
No, he's not important enough.
But he is the older brother, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
When written of in stories, unless you make him important, when written of in a story, he's the brother of Kuragane Koji. Like, it's a name that's almost forgotten by history because Koji's far more important than he is.
Okay, fair enough.
Unless you guys add importance to him, then I'll have to figure him out.
Right. Let's deepen some local stew a little bit, and say that it was the Kuragane family, somebody in there, who was acting as this Chinese faction's informants.
Ooh.
Yeah, there was kind of an invitation here from the Kuragane clan. But we'll just leave who it was. Kind of blank for now.
Intuit, Longway will either overtly or obliquely will inform you as you pry at him. He's not happy you're prying at him on this,
Right.
but he's not in a position to short of killing you and maybe and as far as he's concerned, immediately starting a war. He'd
Right.
rather just tell you and be done with and go home. It doesn't make him look good, but whatever.
Right.
He's alive and he can fight another day.
Sounds good.
As to who particular of the Kuragane, I do not know. That was for my spy master to know and for me not to need to know that. And I think that was a wise course of action given the current circumstances.
I would say so. Okay, let me write down what I just made up. Okay, not Imperial.
So what are you really, monk guardian? You're not some... That sword does not belong to a warrior monk. And whispers among the Ainu say something like, warrior of poets, or poet of warriors. Their translation's very clumsy.
Well, my lord, perhaps it is best that we leave it at that. I'll give him a smile.
Right. We will prepare to break camp then, and be ready for your boats when it comes.
Ah,
Oh, and, my lord, I do have something for you. I'll reach into, like, my kimono or on my, on the daimyo's horse that I still have and, like, I don't know, grab a ration pack, throw it over to him.
He watches it hit the ground. He looks at you.
I kept true to my word, my lord. I have brought food.
You did. Let it not be
Takahashi.
said the mysterious stranger of the Buddhist temple breaks his word. You can see he's angry, but he can't. Short of starting a war, this isn't worth it. He's getting there, but he's not willing to do it right now.
I'll wheel the horse and be like, come on, let's go.
But, in truth, speaking of food and supplies, I will prepare a. Have them prepared for you and your men once you have had a chance to eat and warm up. Some of mine will guide you to the pass to the coast, where by the time you have reached there, I should have boats and more supplies offshore for you. So yeah, basically saying, okay, we're gonna get you some food now. We're gonna arrange, so you got supplied to get down and put all that into motion.
And this is all truthful. You're actually gonna see him
Yes.
fed and safely sailed home.
Yeah, I mean, he's dealt with me honorably. I've found out the information I wanted to know, for the most part, and so yeah, I'm not trying to trick him. I know that I'm not in a position to, I mean, a fight could go either way, and I'm not willing to risk the province on that at this point.
It's a good thing there's
yeah.
certain values you don't have that I could pick on you with. I can't force you to fight this guy because you're acting the way that makes sense for the Dewa.
Yeah.
For Kenzo, I should say.
I've read the rules. It's just gonna be. I'm not going to draw on a Geary 6 motherfucker. Anyway.
Yes.
But yeah.
So, you are able to see Meng Longwei and his war party disbanded and out. The war score is going to drop down, I believe, a gift, because you did give him a gift of food, which is very helpful to him.
Drops down by
Author, draw your sword, you coward!
drop by 1 per value level of the gift, I think. War is what, 72?
If you send resources to decrease war rank to another resources. Oh, okay. So no, I will just for now, unless you're sending a formal gift above and beyond that in resources, we'll determine that at the end of season if you're going to send extra food.
Okay.
But for now, I will drop it down by 1 because you did give him an opportunity to withdraw in dignity.
Okay.
You did press him a bit more, but other than that, his forces no longer remain where they were. But what plans the Long Way faction has, well, that's for future endeavors to figure out. We then come to the Castle of Iron and Jade. It's Kenzo and Takahashi and Yeiko finally reunite after a good chunk of spring has come and gone. You have, with Masaru still has Koji to Kuragane to pull into Shimo's good graces, and Yeiko has a saboteur languishing in the dungeon. And there's no escaping the garrison here. He's stuck. He can't leave unless he wants to die. And as Yeiko has learned, he's not willing to die. He's dumb enough to get himself killed, but he's not quite so dedicated to his Giri that he is willing to die to maintain it.
Good. Well, good for me anyway.
Not so good for him.
Whatever lore.
If you were a player, I'd be nailing him with 3 honor loss. Like, you idiot. Don't get captured. At least take out the spy master. Anyway. We asked the 3 of you meet each other. You're not quite at the meeting with Shima Kenzo yet. He's still treating with Otake and Sakai, but at the end of season, Sakai will be leaving. Whether or not Otake Desuke stays will be up to the meeting you have, because if you build a sumo school, he's going to stay. If you don't, he'll leave. Because if he's, But yeah, what do the three of you do as you meet each other once more in the Castle of Iron and Jade?
I think having tea is very appropriate at this time of day.
Yeah. Before I do any meetings, I would take some time to, let's say, recompose myself.
Yeah.
Because having rode all night and then gotten into a fist fight with a guy with a sword, I'm pretty sure I'm looking pretty disheveled.
Yeah, you get to enjoy a nice warm bath, maybe even hit up a nearby hot spring just to, because it's going to be a bit before they get to you, so you have some time to kind of get yourself recomposed and relaxed again.
Yeah. Yeah. And it wouldn't do for a lady of the family to be seen muddy and beaten up.
I'll actually throw a beauty risk at you to see if you're able to keep people from noticing that as you're milling around the castle. Because someone might see you doing all this, but you're trying to maintain some dignity despite looking like you, well, basically rode all night and everything else. You've had a rough time.
Trying to avoid looking exhausted.
Mm.
All right. I have a base of 3. I'm gonna call my duty in on this because I don't really want. If our enemy has spies in our castle, I don't want them noticing anything.
I'll take that. Yep.
Brings me to 4, and then of course, if my dog knew my plans, so I'm trying to keep this secret.
Yes. Yes.
It brings me to 7. Yeah, I think I'll just.
Any wagers?
I'll wager 2. I think I can say it safely. Nobody notices.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll spend the 2 for glory, I think, in this case. Because I'm just trying to keep it quiet. I don't really need anything more than that.
Yeah, Yako looks well composed and rested, as if she'd been at the castle for a couple days and didn't do any. And no one even whispers a word of how exhausted she looked when she came in, because either they didn't know, or those who did know knew enough to shut up.
Yeah.
Oh, Lady Eiko. I'm sorry to intrude and to bother you, but do you remember the thing that I asked you about?
Oh yeah.
I do. I think I did take care of it last session.
You did.
Okay,
You got a bit of stuff from the Liao Guanyu.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll remind everyone that you have a Chinese translator in your employ who was a sailor.
Yeah. Yes, I did.
What is it?
I will get them sent to your chambers. I would not like to spoil the surprise.
Yosuke looks
Also,
very excited and happy. Woohoo!
also, we do have a translator who we have won over from their service.
Oh, how lovely. I, during my travels, have won over a veritable mountain of meat called a sumo wrestler. He's very famous. If we construct him a school, or convince our daimyo to construct him a school, he might be willing to school our samurai in the manners of beating people to the ground, as it were. Quite a handy skill, wouldn't you say, General?
Very handy. I can definitely see the use of that.
Well, okay. To take a step back mechanically, what it does is it gives us like a free extra die on a strength roll, and it makes us able to ignore any wound suffered except from a katana. The dojo is the one that lets us get an extra character advancement in every season, and it does something else that I'm blanking on off the top of my head. Under war.
74
No.
or 75.
I don't think it's under war though.
It's for prowess wagers, and it gives free season actions for self-improvement actions.
Yeah. So that's a route to advancement. However, from Masaru's point of view, we need to beef up the garrison. So right now we're at Ashigaru 1 for the province, and with all these different threats, it wouldn't be a bad idea to boost that up to rank 2 garrison and get us another rank of Ashigaru. More and better troops.
Have I mentioned, Lady Eiko, what a grump Masaru was during the entire trip? Didn't crack a single smile. Not even after we routed the Chinese.
An effective stratagem, but
6-1 odds, no less. That was not an even fight at all.
yeah. But I have no doubt that Minglong Wei will return in one way or another. We must be ready through both diplomacy and warfare.
Then perhaps next time
I
we
was
should,
laughing inside.
perhaps next time we should launch rations at them with engines of war, my lord.
I think next time they will not make the same mistakes.
Forget rice once, you will forget it again.
Perhaps.
Still, I believe that we should sponsor the sumo wrestler. He seems to be quite a jolly fellow. I think we could use someone like him at court. Besides, I think Lady Eiko will attest. Performances such as his might be able to bring in a few extra koku from travelers, especially now that summer is around the corner. Who doesn't want to see a mountain of meat wrestling some other mountain of meat?
Me, for one, I'd rather see a double amount of troops on the walls and in our towers.
And you will pay them how, my lord?
Well, sumo doesn't produce quite that much koku. If you want more koku, we need to expand rice farms and perhaps build a sake house.
Oh no, you're quite right. He himself will probably not generate that much that much koku, but the profits that we will get by selling sake and food to all the onlookers, I'm sure will make up more than enough. And then you'll be able to afford your Ashigaru.
I remain unconvinced. I do not think it is wise to waste what resources we have on a sumo school this season. Perhaps next.
Shall we settle this with a duel? I am jesting, of course.
Careful with jesting with Masaru there, Ryosuke. He is a serious sort among the Kenzo.
My lord, I meant nothing of the sort, of course.
I'll turn and bow. Oh, Tano.
He nods at you to acknowledge you.
I think you all underestimate my sense of humor, but...
I don't know, I think I have a good estimation of your humor, Masaru.
I underestimated perhaps as much as the Chinese underestimate snowfall.
So he sits down and on a cushion kind of leans into his little elbow rest and gets nice and relaxed. Some people of court, knowing that he's in the main audience chamber, start gathering. Few people haven't made it because he didn't, in true Kenzo style, he didn't let everyone know he was having a meeting right now. So people just kind of have servants who go, "Hey, Shimo's heading to the audience chamber. You might want to get there." Oh, okay. You would think the hint would be the three of you being in there. And some people are starting to clue in that, oh wait, that's a sign he's going to have a meeting. Some people are missing out, but that's on them for not knowing how this court works. They'll find out later. That's their problem. So, my good and gentle samurai, tell me. I hope to hear nothing but success in what you've done so far. Masaru, have you seen to the roads?
Yes, I believe Hirookai should have the roads repaired and opened to the south. Nothing should prevent our good friend, the Honorable Sakai Noriyuki, from returning to Kyoto.
He has nothing but praise for us, by the way. Apparently he has a bit of bragging to do about fighting the legendary Ryosuke in combat, although I think we're all going to very politely not go into the details of how that fight started. I don't think we need the Sakais to be angry with us quite yet, although, believe me, Ryosuke, I'm not going to let that go for... I'm only going to let him enjoy his flowers for at least a year. But after that, if he wants to peacock himself a bit more than that, I might have words for him. And I may want you to have words with him as well when you aren't so fresh out of winter, shall we say.
If suffering a year of humiliation is the price to pay, then gladly, my lord, for now I shall. I would not wish to kill him, lest I be proclaimed an enemy of the Empire, my lord.
He nods. These bandits, Masaru, I believe you don't have them anymore, as you've advised me, but for the court's edification, I believe we know the culprit and its nice and conclusive end.
I believe so, as far as the banditry is concerned. However,
it's at this point Koji almost actually, no, he hasn't been accepted yet, so he doesn't show up. He's not allowed to come in here yet.
However, if the Lady Yako has hopefully secured the rice supply, that will greatly decrease the likelihood of future banditry. More often than not, it is peasants are forced into it by need more than anything else. But yes, I believe the immediate problem has been dealt with. However, old rivalries still cast their shadow upon us. I've learned from our recent unexpected visitors to the north that they were informed and in some ways invited here by the Kurogare.
How dare you! And the elder Kurogane steps to his feet. The whole room looks over at him, and it's this look of, oh dear God, man, sit down and shut up. What are you doing?
Oh, I will, as the daimyo's bodyguard, I will stand and draw.
No. Strike.
Oh, dun, 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 dun,
Oh,
dun,
dear.
dun, 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 dun.
As he draws his sword and rushes towards you when you draw your sword. You're on guard, so he doesn't have surprise on you because you already had your sword ready to go. Whoops, I closed it. I didn't mean to do that. I'm okay. Oops. I will say the whole room is utterly shocked by what he's doing. They think he's stupid. Like, this is in this place at this time among these prowess fighters. This is not the correct action for him to do. It's like
It's a very Klingon thing to do. We've insulted his family.
It's
Yeah.
very big hands.
So we're doing prowess.
hold on, let me get there. Wait, it's a contested roll. Yeah, it's a prowess roll because that's what it is.
My Geary definitely comes into this.
Yep.
That's one. Well, this isn't very wise, I suppose, so no virtue. I am helping my daimyo, therefore my name is invoked.
Ooh. I'll take that power up there, author. Thank you very much. That helps out this poor idiot a lot. He as for your name, yes, I'll take that.
Okay. Our clan's name, there's all 3 swords are here right now. If I manage to at least hold this guy and not kill him, somebody else is gonna kill him, right?
Are you two intervening at all, or are you staying out of this?
I would put my hand on my knife ready to draw if needed. But I'll let our bodyguard do his job.
Masaru?
Yeah, I mean, this is turning more into a duel. So, yeah, I will let Takahashi do his gig while I will kind of position myself to be, should Kuragane emerge victorious, to be between him and the daimyo with on guard.
Because you're all acting to your Giri, I'll take 3 swords. You are acting exactly the way you're supposed to in this scenario. If you all jumped on him, I would have said no to 3 swords because you're acting against your Giri. Only one of you should be really fighting him right now. And it's the correct person.
Alrighty, so I'll take another 3 from that. No aspect that really applies here, I think. Except none of us is as great as all of us, but I don't think I'm furthering anyone's goal here.
No.
Exactly, okay. My quality equipment, my sword, gives me how much? 3 as well?
Should say on your thing.
It does not, in fact.
Um,
It says rank 1 exquisite sword.
Oh, exquisite has a. Hold on. Okay. Exquisite is the rank of it. Oh no. You're right. Stop looking. You get 3 dice from exquisite.
Okay, cool. Let me count them all up. Hang on.
And I will say, due to the power-up, that Kuragane has been equipped not with just his normal samurai sword, his katana, but in his at his back, there is a tanto that is dripping to the floor with something that he is going to draw. As he's getting closer and closer, he's going to draw at the absolute last second when you're going to clash blades and try to jam it into you. And that is a
Warrior
fine
Poet.
quality, which will give him 2 dice, as it is a poisoned dagger.
Warrior Poet reputation?
Yep. Prowess is a Kuragane thing, so... he's actually acting against his Gary a bit here, so I'm not going to call that. His name
I'm
is
up at
going
11
to
dice.
it. His temper is coming into it. He's at 9.
Okay.
He would have gotten a bonus 2 if you hadn't drawn ahead of him. If he struck ahead of you, but you were on guard when he struck at you. But he just has his normal 9. And you have 11, you say?
Yes, 11.
This isn't a duel, so whatever. This is like any other opposed roll. It's a wager. He has a katana out and a poison dagger, so
Poison dagger.
Yeah.
Honorable son of a bitch.
So he is. This is a very deadly fight, I'll warn. And he knows that you have a very nice sword that can do a lot of harm to him. So unless you're wagering, he's not going to.
I'll wager 2.
You wager 2? Okay. So you'll meet him.
He won't wager?
No, he wants to win.
Cool. Sort of poor. Very poor, in fact.
Your swords clash as he rushes at you, and you, with incredible skill, you are able to block the sword. He can't, on the katana alone, he can't pierce your guard. You're just too good. But he does lean forward, and which normally you're like, I'll let you don't see the dagger's the problem. So you're kind of letting him blow past you so you can like trip him and then hit him or knock him out, whatever you want, right? If he's stumbling past you, you win. Unfortunately, as he seems to be almost stumbling forward, he swings the poison dagger and juts it into your upper leg. Unless you invoke your bodyguard ability, you are about to take a leap. You are about to die.
Well, it says here that I may take an injury from any other samurai from my clan. That does not include me.
You have a guardsman, though. Guardsman can protect you and the people around you.
Oh, I have... Ah.
You have a guard that can jump in the way and save you.
Dishonorable, but fine. If the other thing is losing a character, then fine. He'll jump in.
Yeah, so your bodyguard's watching this. He sees you draw. He puts on guard just to make sure no one tries to jump you from behind. Because that's, you're both, if you're the Yojimbo for the daimyo, he's your Yojimbo sort of thing. And he's like, okay, as long as no one's cheating, I'm going to stay out of it. I'm going to follow what everyone else is doing. And he looks very excited. He looks like, Ryosuke's going to win. It's always cool to watch him fight. And then he sees the flash of the dagger, the dripping of the poison. And he goes, no! And he jumps into the way and gets jammed in the side. And he looks at you, surprised. And at first, it looks like it hit him somewhere where it wasn't fatal. But as the poison seeps at him, he just kind of starts choking and he kind of collapses to the ground.
Off we go again.
Yeah, as you continue the fight.
Well, I'm still up to 11. But this time I'm not gonna wager anything. Screw this guy, he's gonna die.
He's not wagering anything. Oh crap. I will knock down one of his bonus away because it was a poison dagger. It's no longer poisoned, but it's still a nice dagger. So he has 8 dice now.
A moderately poor roll.
And he's not wagering because, again, he wants to win. You may slay him at your leisure. You are at privilege.
Well, I see that he has stabbed one of my bodyguards. I'll be like, what's his name? Hang on. Ryuji! No! I'll swing away his katana from our guard, slash him once across the chest, and then just jam it straight into his stomach.
Thud.
And I'll take the katana out, slash it on the side so I get rid of the blood, and then across my left forearm, so I wipe the blood away.
Masara, you hear Shimo say under his breath, and the only person who hears this is you because you're so close. Unless Yeiko wants to spend her ability, because spies are everywhere.
I will.
Damn it. Didn't need him to do that. Damn it. But he then perks up. Ryosuke,
Yes, my lord.
your guard will be seen to by our best people. And I'm sure Masaru will agree that the Kuragane are going to apologize for this offense or be demanded to commit seppuku.
I can see no other. Yeah, I can see no other option, my lord.
Favor, my lord, if you will. If they do end up committing suicide, I wish to be the headsman.
I'll grant them that honor.
Good.
The humor of the room draws away. Some people do crack jokes because what else are you going to do? Because 2 people are dead who serve the family. No one's thrilled about this. But the joking happens among samurai trying to ease things up. But yeah, this was kind of not a great time for everybody.
Yeah.
Shimo, maintaining his dignity, just simply turns to Yeiko and says, "Please tell me that our rice is secure and that we have no problems in the south, Lady Yeiko."
The issue with the rice has been resolved. I have secured the one who was responsible. Although further investigation is needed to discover who sent them.
You may give me a wisdom roll. You may have learned something by now.
Oh, okay. Cool. I will take Spymaster and our clan virtue.
Yep.
As well. Yeah, it'd be only those 2 because I'm revealing a secret here, so.
Mm-hmm.
So plus my wisdom gives me 5. I'll roll it straight. So with my privilege, I will say that I did discover something useful to know.
What, pray tell, is that? What do you say to your lord, Kenzo?
Do we know who it is? Who the clans are in Mutsu province that are along that river?
That's the Date clan.
Date? Ah. Cool. Okay. The one responsible hails from the Mutsu province.
Angry mutters happen around the room because everyone knows what you're saying. They're not mad at you. They're mad at Date, or someone who serves Date. But either way, right?
More than that, I would not wish to say without proof incontrovertible.
Very well. Of these Chinese traders, I see we have or in my roles, I have a new translator, and a lot of very interested parties. So I presume that these people from the boat are to our benefit? Or did you have some other plan in mind for them, Lady Aiko?
It seems some of them are as they appear, and some are more. The
This-
ones who are as they appear, I would suggest we return to their homeland. The others, I would recommend ensuring that they do not take more with them than themselves and their clothing and possession.
Have we already gotten Longway and his people back off to sea?
You would have by now, yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay.
So we're going to be sending a lot of Chinese back to their homeland. I'm sure the Ming will be happy with it, and this Long Wei... Although I'm getting the feeling that Long Wei was reaching to see how much we had. And I guess we showed him how much we really do have.
Indeed, my lord, he seemed... His information seemed out of date. He was under the impression that there was no ruling daimyo in Dewa, even though by the time I would estimate he landed, things here had already been settled in your favor. But I do not think he is a man we can leave out of future calculations. He was able to save some face, but I believe the Longway faction will be reaching out to us again.
Well, it would seem that the roads are saved, the bandits are scattered, our rice is held, and our north is kept. Sakai is pleased, and we may have a friend from Central Honshu. Despite the events today, I think everything was done as should be done. You gain 1 honor.
Yay!
Yay.
Now, if you wish, we can have our... If you do not feel too tired or need of rest, we can sit and discuss season matters, or we can come back I can give you all a week to relax, catch your breaths, and come back to me with your plans.
Things are getting meta.
I would have no problem, my lord, sitting down for a small while and discussing future plans.
Saro, Yeko?
I would not have any issue with it either.
Nor I, my lord.
Then let us discuss the coming season. So, you ended spring victorious and with a tragedy of 2 dead samurai. I will note, poor Takahashi Ryosuke, you are now at Giri 0 because you've lost one of your bodyguards. You command less people now.
Man.
But you're alive. The alternative
get
was
my
death.
Giri
You were
back?
you were facing a guy who was very angry and had a poison dagger. So
Wait, does his Geary go down to 0? Or does the rank of his bodyguards? Because like I've got Geary 1, but I've also got Ashigaru 1.
I'm gonna double check. I know the rank of the rank is the ability, I think. I'm checking violence again.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because it's a big loss when you have someone jump in the way
Yeah.
to save you from death. It's like you get hurt pretty bad. I think the only way to get it back is to increase it another way. Hold on. He got really lucky though. I was surprised he got you.
That was a good roll you had, and I had 3 1s.
Yeah, he wasn't gonna have a poison blade. That was Arthur threw in a GM power up and said, "Hey, give him a poison blade." I'm like, sure, that makes sense. Why not? Let's add to the intrigue of the moment. I'm evil. But I didn't think it would make sense to give him like an exquisite thing. I'm like, he's not that important. I don't want to give him something too powerful. And I was like,
Yeah,
if he has a second swing, I'll just pull the poison off. 'Cause that makes sense. That it's still a nice dagger. Second roll, it's like, and he's dead. There's nothing you can do. Unless you feel like sparing him, which, like, why the hell would you? He did just kill your friend.
I could tell. Well, I could spare him so he could kill himself. You know. So,
Yeah, really.
So.
Yeah, that's how deadly. Like that's probably the one time we had an actual. That's our first deadly fight, actually. I think every other time you guys have been able to talk people down from doing something. No, there was the other guy. But even the Imperial Census guy was like, nah, he's not gonna kill you. He might do something. He's doing something. Cause that's why you went down to Boken. You went down to training swords. Because he didn't want to kill each other. This guy's like, no, I'm gonna try to kill you.
And I did offer suicide.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Oh, that's something else. So Ashko and Guardsman. Ashko and Guardsman's effectiveness directly relates to their Geary rank. Each Geary rank adds a rank to vassals. In other words, yada yada. Both Ashiguro and Guardsmen can take injuries for their commanders. If the general or Yojimbo ever suffer an injury, the Ashiguro or Guardsman can take the hit instead, saving their commander. They may do this a number of times equal to rank. Doing so diminishes rank, however, leaving them with fewer to command. When they lose all their ranks, their masters have no more men to command. They become refreshed at end of season. Okay, that's what happens. So you get a new bodyguard at the end of. You only have so many uses of it per season. That's what it works. Okay,
Woohoo!
Cool. That's good to know.
So you died, what did I say his name was? Ryuji. You died at a thematically appropriate moment.
Yeah, of all the times. Imagine losing the guy earlier, like, oh, I don't want to be injured by Mr. Imperial Census guy, and then getting to this point, like, oh, I don't have any bodyguards left, dead. Like, oh
Whoops.
no.
But then I would have blamed Arthur.
Yeah, your cool thing is that your guardsmen can save you, but they can also save anybody else. Whereas Masaru's Ashiguro can only save him. They're only willing to die to save him. Because they're his
And
lords.
I can take an injury from anyone else in the clan.
Yeah, and you can do that for someone else too. That's your Jimbo's super powerful for that. Brain power, let's go. Season actions. So I would have given you guys a bonus honor if you're able to get the. You were getting one honor just for doing all the things Shima wanted you to do. If you managed to get like extra trade bonuses off of the back of your missions, he would have given an extra. But there was no dishonor in that. That was if you managed to do that while doing everything else, great. If you don't, he's like, I didn't do it either, so I can't exactly yell at you. There's only so much time you have in a season to do stuff.
Well, I don't think the Chinese were very willing to trade anyway.
All right.
It's like, hey, we're throwing you back to the sea. Do you guys want to buy some jade while you're here?
Hmm.
So, the daimyo has 1 season action, plus a bonus number of season actions equal to number of provinces. He controls 1, so he has 2 season actions. Because he owns his own province. You have holdings, which give bonuses. So you have a Buddhist temple. Since he supports the Buddhist temple, you guys now have, you may want to note this in a notepad file or on your sheets, however. But in or just remember, basically now that you had a season of the temple being under your control, you now have a bonus. You have 1 bonus wisdom wager for the next season. And also, a temple provides your samurai with meditation points. It provides a number of meditation points equal to its rank. So you now have 1 meditation point. What a meditation point does, and that's among you, not each. There's 1 meditation point out there. If you spend the meditation point, you get 10, no matter what.
Okay.
Because that implies that you go to the temple on a semi-regular basis. At least one of you, narratively, will have gone and meditated there for a while and found your center, and then that will save you in the coming summer and make you achieve 1 roll that season. And that can be done before, during, or after. You just say, "I'm meditation point. I'm succeed." Well, you'd say, "I'm using meditation point. I succeed."
Right.
But you have to have dice. You have to have at least 1 die for it to fire, I'll say. Garrison means you have Ashigaru, which more matters for war. You do have 1 dedicated Ashigaru that's just for warfare on top of the Ashigaru that your Hadamoto provides. Pardon me. The rice farm is going to produce 2 koku. So you have note in the there is all players. I'll show this to you. Season action spring. So 1 wisdom wager. 1 meditation point. 1 Ashigaru. And 2 koku are created so far. For those who don't know, Goku is basically a large amount of rice that is used for, rather than measuring how much gold everyone has is kind of fluctuating, but Goku is like huge bales of rice that could feed people. That basically can supply a military unit for like a year. It's a huge amount of rice. Which that's usually how you measure wealth. There's a presumption that your Ashigaru are fed. This is the bonus Goku above and beyond maintaining your people. So you have extra that you can use for other things. We'll get into that in a moment. So those are the things you get for the holdings you have. Sorry for clearing my throat a bit. I have a dry throat. If I have to do it again, I'll get a glass of water. But so that's your holdings. So right now, your daimyo has a couple actions he can do. He can improve the province by building a new structure or making an existing structure better. He can commission an item to be crafted. He can assign one of you for personal training, or he can assign someone to spy on another province. I believe you guys have a few things you want him to do. I will let you know that out of the gate, one of the actions he wants to do that you can let him do, or you can convince him otherwise. Right now, he is very keen on setting up a sumo school. But he's also keen on spying on Date right now because of what he's learned. He also is keen on some sort of diplomatic outreach to the Long Wei faction because he doesn't want... Because now that there's been... he now knows that there's a ticking war score that at some point Long Wei might do something, and he needs to either keep that war score down or steal a province away from the Ming Empire. Well, away from Long Wei in particular. He's not fighting all the Empire, like every one of them. But So he has 3 problems he really cares about. If we're going by ambition, he is... Warskirt 3 doesn't scare him. Date does, so he'd be very interested. His first action would be something about spying on Date. You can talk him out of that with the roll if you want, or you can let him do it. The second one is a lot more freer. I'm not sure what he's going to do with the second one.
Yeah, I think spying on Date is actually a really good idea. I would,
Me too.
yeah, Masaru would be behind that.
Well, alright. Sure, spying on Date.
Okay, so he's going to do an espionage action. He can only do this because he has an unwell. Normally, Daimyo can't do that. He needs to have an unwell at his court. He has one, so he can do it. He gets a bonus number of espionage equal to his unwell's gear rank. Okay. He has to make you must make a contested risk against your enemy. It's a cunning risk. He has no spy network currently. He's going to send a particular type of spy. So he either would be establishing local spies. That would be defending himself. He's not worried about that. He's trying to get information from them, so he doesn't want to do a local spy. He's wary of using inward spies because Date's followers are fairly loyal to him, especially the Date clan was divided in this period, and then they united under the stronger of the 2 brothers. So right now he's not really keen on prying at that particular lever. Converting the spy you captured might be useful. Because you have a spy you captured. He might want to do that. He doesn't want to doom a spy to trick Date into thinking he's got him. He doesn't want to play that card yet. Or he can send out a spy to survive, to go out there and then come back. But I think converting the spy you got may be useful. Let the guy have some rice, go back home, say he did a good job, and then he can tell us information from within. So yeah, he wants to convert this guy. So he is going to turn to his Onwaban. He's going to ask you to do a cunning roll to convert the spy you captured.
I'm cool with that.
Is this a pose or is this a flat risk? I think it's just a flat risk. It is contested against the enemy, so the other Onwaban's going to try, or the Daimyo's going to roll his stuff.
Okay.
So this guy he's doing his duty to not turn. His cunning is his best stat. The guy he serves is not a spy guy, so that this clan doesn't really help him. And I'll give him 1 there. So he has 5 dice total to roll back at you.
Okay. So for me, my cunning is 4. My Onibawan Giri applies, so 5. I'm trying to learn his secrets. No, I'm not. I'm trying to convert him, so my aspect does not apply. I'm presently not collaborating with anybody, unless collaborating with the daimyo counts.
Yeah, you're helping him with his action. Yep.
Perfect. So 1, 2, 3 extra there brings me to 8. Would my shrewd reputation apply here?
Yeah.
Brings me to 9. All right, 9 versus his 5.
He's not spending. He has way too few dice. He doesn't dare. Especially since he might convert. That's a huge problem for Date if he does. Which might get him killed.
I'll spend 2.
Ooh.
And roll 7.
You have privilege. You have, he is now a converted spy. He will feed you information about the Date clan.
Great.
He will remain in the enemy's lands until he is discovered and executed. He will remain there for up to 2 extra seasons if you spend your 2 wagers.
I'll do that.
So we'll note in season action spring, converted a Date spy to last until spring to summer, summer to autumn. Until end of autumn. I can't spell autumn. Oh, that's why. Doi. So unless you do unless the diamond does another action to cultivate that spy more, that spy is now gathering information for you until you do another espionage action to pull him back out again.
Nice.
You now have a spy. This is a converted spy. Oops. Helps if I make sure you can see his name. Helpful. Whoop.
Yes.
No, not the room. There. Off to the Mutsu province he will go. Second action, he is willing to be talked to because he does have things he likes, but he's ambitious, but you guys did do a good job, so he's willing to listen to you guys give a suggestion as to what his second action should be. First one helps him out. That helps out his larger ambition. But, he's not greedy, he's not cruel, and he likes you guys. So. For now. What do you recommend Shimo do?
Given my most recent experience, I'm actually inclined toward the sumo school. Because strength is my weakness and it would help me mitigate that.
I would also like the sumo school, but for fluff reasons more than any sort of mechanical reason. We can always get a dojo later, but this is we've got the sumo guy here with us. I think it's a shame if we just let him go. He might prove to be more useful down the line. I think he can become a personal asset of ours as well. And the sumo school's nice. Fits the fluff, the narrative, so to speak. And I genuinely also think that for fluff reasons, it could bring in more tourists, let's say, who are willing to watch a sumo match all the way up in Dewa province.
I will point out one of the other 2 things you can do is craft an item for you guys, or have an item crafted for one of you, or have one of you go on personal training.
I wouldn't mind personal training considering I kind of suck at the thing I'm supposed to do. No, just kidding. For me, it's sumo school.
What's your thoughts, Masaru?
So I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. Now that he's gone, tell us what you really think. No. Wait, we're being broadcasted. Never mind.
No, I don't really see. I can kind of see some advantages to the sumo school. I think that we actually have somebody with a war score creeping up against us. I think improving the garrison would be a really good idea to get us up to Ashigaru 2.
That reminds me. I need to note the war score for Date because you've encountered one of his agents, so it's worth pointing.
Yeah. So now we've got 2 different war scores starting to creep. So that's why I'm arguing hard for the garrison improvement.
Counter thoughts, Yiko?
I can also see that. I can also see the garrison being useful. The sumo school is more of a, let's call it, a personal bias than objectivity. Right.
Once Takahashi gets back, I may ask for a beauty, some sort of roll off between the two of you as your characters can decide among themselves how they want to, who's more convincing than the other, because you both have different ideas. And Shimo is really leaving this up to you guys. He got to do one of his cool things, and he's happy. So
Yeah.
it's like I'm starting to get, and you can tell that he's gearing up to, if he's gonna start a fight, he'd rather start one with Date than Long Way.
Yeah.
He'd rather have a lot more provinces in Japan before he starts crossing the ocean, taking on a large a warlord who has 6-1 odds. No thanks, I don't want to have that fight. Well, 6-2 actually, because he'd have his garrison. That's not hopeless, but still. And the book does say to keep espionage secret, but I find it more interesting to let you know about it. Just for speed. No, he does suggest making it secret. I do agree. I do understand why he would suggest this be one of the few things you make a secret roll. Because espionage being what it is, you might not know he survived. I might say, yeah, are you spending those 2 to see if he survives 2 seasons? He didn't survive. He's totally dead. He didn't convert. He's totally a traitor. Like, oh, crap. Yeah, well.
Traitor.
And if you wanted him to look inward to look into the Kuragane, that would be an inward spy. You'd be looking at your own. Oh no, inward spy is looking at an enemy's officers. Local spies would be looking in to see how much influence the Kuragane family had. But he's not as concerned about that. He's more concerned because that feels like a long way problem. And as far as he's aware, one of the 2 brothers that would oppose him is dead, and the other one is in Masaru's employ. And Koji Kuragane is now Masaru's problem, and he's put a very clear demarcation of responsibility on Masaru, going, yep, fix this. Either he's loyal or he's dead. Figure it out. I'm not going to, because I don't have to. Yeah, how do you two feel so far about our tale as it's happened so far? How's your spring been?
I'm liking it.
Yeah.
Yeah, covered a lot of ground over spring, I think. Between the 3 of you, I gave you guys a pretty wide. A responsibility that split you guys up across the province, and it's like, well, let's see how much this backfires on Shimo, and it tended to work out. You guys still managed to help each other out and kind of coordinate a little bit before you split up, and then rejoined each other and stuff like that. So had a couple of showdowns, tense moments. Also, learning the system, honestly, just because it's like Blood and Honor is there's a lot of things I can chime in with, but there's a lot of stuff I have to sit back and go, I didn't get privilege. I don't get to say what happens in certain situations. I might get free wagers if you let me, but it's like, yeah, but you won. You won the privilege of telling the story a bit. But I don't think I'm putting it too much on you guys. I think there is that preamble of, hey, here's information to know about this person that helps set the stage. See also why you don't want to have risks all the time. Like, not every little thing we do is a risk roll, because, like, well, if you do that, then the GM never really chimes in. They're almost, unless privilege is won. Which, when you're doing stuff that you're good at, you guys are unlikely to lose. Like, it's rare although you guys have done a few rolls where it was not to your favor at all. Like, oh, Masaru, I'm going to ask this guy to be really nicely give up. Masaru, that's a beauty roll. Oh, crap. Well, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. sometimes. And, you know, situationally, I've made a couple beauty rolls. I think I've only had to spend an honor to pull one off once.
Yeah.
Your honor's pretty good too. Like it's like because you started at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're actually at the end of the season after spending and stuff. You're still up 1. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Nice.
And you guys avoided all the. I did come after you for compels. I was like, no, I'm gonna. I kept checking your stuff to go. Can I compel you? Can I chase you? It's like I can. It's like if you want to risk it, you can eat 3 honor or you can move on. Yeah, you're looking to up your garrison though, is what you're hoping to do, because that will help you with future wars, right? Because it gets you another Ashigaru.
Right. Yeah, because that would, that would get like Garrison 2, which gives us, of course, Ashigaru 2, and then I've got Ashigaru.
I mean, he could give you personal training and increase your Ashigaru.
Yeah, but I mean, either way,
Yeah.
it's one of those things versus the Sumo school.
Yeah.
Sumo school.
Don't mind me, just trying to tempt you. That's all.
Right. So, I mean, I think that's where the argument is.
Yeah.
Is that, you know, we got one season action left.
I return. Sorry if I missed anything.
We're
was the
actually waiting
discussion?
on a dilemma that we're facing. So
That's a
go ahead.
dilemma.
Go ahead.
So right now, Masaru is championing an increase of the garrison, and Takahashi and Yeiko are championing Sumo School. So to resolve that in a friendly manner, I would ask the two sides to roll off contested risk, and I think this is a beauty roll because you're finding harmony between yourselves. You're trying to convince each other in good nature why your idea is better than the other guys. I don't think it's cunning. I don't think this is a cunning conversation.
Yeah.
I don't think your courage wouldn't come into it because you're both strong people in your own right. If there was an obvious Giri difference, like if one was higher in Giri than the other, then there might be a courage argument. But I think this is a beauty off for the two sides. So, assemble your dice, and you may put up your wagers. But I would advise to each of you to figure out your dice pools first, announce that, and then announce what your wagers are, because you're contesting, so you need to know how much the other guy is wagering. And you don't get to change your wager after you roll. But I'd rather both sides call out their wager, call out their dice, call out their wagers, and then roll. So it keeps it nice and clean. You can change your wagers if the other guy changes his wagers, sort of thing. That you have a chance to adjust. Sort of like how I've been doing it with the bad guys.
Go ahead and assemble first, Enzo, I guess.
That won't take me long. That's my weakness. Okay. I'm going to shoot for my name because it's commander/victory, and this is what I'm trying to do with the garrison. Let's put us in a better war position.
The Hadamoto wants a bigger garrison. Who would have thought?
Yeah. And
Yeah, I'll take it.
Giri. I'm going to argue for the clan virtue of wisdom, because this is a lot wiser course than a sumo studio for the as far as I'm concerned.
I believe each of you will benefit from that because both of you are coming from a spot that makes sense.
Okay.
Like that's why even Shimo, I'm like Shimo isn't, because if you guys say two things one thing that Shimo likes and one thing Shimo hates, I will chime in and say Shimo says this. Now you need to convince him. It's like no, he likes both arguments. He's like I like the sumo guy.
Yeah.
But Garrison's not bad. It does help my ambition, so I'm kind of torn. I'll let my counselors argue it.
I don't think Devious is going to come in here. Let's see if any of my aspects will fire. Not really helping another clan member accomplish a goal we both want. Dog knew my plans. I don't think that comes in. Certainly not even a thief must learn his trade. Yeah, I don't think I can. Yeah, I think 3 is all I'm going to be able to muster.
Unless honor's spent.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to spend honor in this situation.
USK?
My Gary doesn't help out with this. We get +1 from the virtue you said. Clan's name not appropriate, neither is my personal name. An aspect that I want to tag for myself is that even a thief must learn his trade. Because, you know, to be a sumo, you have to learn it.
It doesn't involve craftsmanship.
It's a religious ritual of sorts.
Religious, but not craft. If you were wielding like a blacksmith or something, I'd be on board. But you're training. Otherwise, he would get something for building a garrison because it involves building a garrison.
Reputation of warrior poet.
Yeah, you have a way with words.
So +1, +2. So I'll be rolling 5.
Any wagers happening here?
I'm not going to.
I'll knock myself down to Ensign level, I guess.
Actually, a question: is Yeiko siding on either side, or is she staying out of it? Because this could be cooperative on either side of the argument.
Yeiko is genuinely torn. Because on the one hand, my own recent experience makes me biased towards sumo school. On the other hand, I also recognize that I'm being biased.
So you're gonna pull a Shimo and go, yeah, I'll let those two argue.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yes, I'm going to sit directly on that fence. Yep.
Okay. All right, here goes.
Yeah, I'm
nothing.
doing 2 wagers to bring myself down to Ensign level, so we're equal.
Very good.
16.
So you got at least 10, so you're at least convincing.
There you go.
Goes to Masaru.
You won, fair and square.
As you both make reasonable arguments, probably making some jabs and some jokes, because, you know, it's Kenzo. But in the end...
Apparently, I don't have a sense of humor. I see how it is.
Yeah, like, actually, I do have a sense of humor. Thank you very much. Like, okay. I know. So anyway, as I was saying... but yeah, you have convinced Tsushimo's benefit that your garrison should be increased to level 2.
Cool.
And I'll actually jump to the capital board. I have to note that changed. Your holdings have changed. Your garrison is now 2. His daimyo rank is the same. Nothing of this has changed. This is all the way it was. So we come back to Dewa. So that's happened. There's no role for him to do it. He just says, I want it to happen, and it happens. This is not winter, so we don't care about that. We don't care about age or spoilage. Phase doesn't come into it. We're not in war. What am I forgetting? Swords quality. Oh, of any equipment you guys got, all of it the boat Yeiko had is gone now because it's end of season. The fabrics that Masaru had are now gone. The daimyo's horse that Takahashi had is gone. Because every time a season, I think I don't think it's end of season. I think it's end of year. You don't have access to a thing you've.
I didn't expect to have access to the daimyo's horse forever.
Yeah. Whereas your sword is unique because it's your advantage. Your sword normally goes away at the end of season unless you do an action to keep it in place. Yours, because it's part of your advantage, it's just there. You just have this really expensive sword all the time. So that normally would cost you a lot to keep it. every year, I think it is.
It's just there. It's family heirloom.
And one thing I could do, if I beat a 10 and spend at least 1 wager, I can break swords. Although I get your sword, I have to spend 3 wagers because it's a really nice sword.
But why would you do that?
Because it would make you sad. And sadness is
Very
part
much
of the game. Officers in Koku, you don't need to pay for your normal day-to-day stuff. It is presumed you are dressed and attired and maintained to what you should have. So if you need a horse, you have a horse. If you need a sword, you have a sword. If you need a hot bath, you get a hot bath, etc. You produced extra koku. At end of year, you can spend this toward other stuff. So I think for now, I don't think you can spend this koku toward anything yet. You're banking 2 of it because nothing bad has happened yet. Do you only spend it at end of season? You can spend it end of season. It's as a end of year. If at the end of the year you have a certain amount of koku, you get a bonus in winter when winter ends. You can spend a koku equal to your Giri rank to get bonus stuff. So for Hatamoto, you can get an increase of troops for the spring. That's why spring battles are common, because sometimes you might have a huge glut of soldiers suddenly. For the Onmabon, you can, for Koku, you can get extra secrets answered. And for the Yojimbo, you basically can increase your bodyguard contingent, essentially. But for now, that doesn't happen. If you wanted him to craft anything, he would need Koku to make it. And that lasts until end of year. He did espionage. He's not spending extra on that. So that is your spring meeting, I believe. I think we covered it all at once. Oh, I need to check war scores to see if anything changed. I've been tracking it live a bit, but let's see if anything changed in spring. That was the other thing I was thinking of. If you had spent an action of some kind to go, hey, can we spend an action being like super nice to Long Wei and send him some of our koku? That'd be a way to give him a gift that eats resources. Like, that's a lot of money you're throwing at him. If Shima was a far more cowardly daimyo, that would have been an action he wanted to do. He would have been like, no, I want to spend a koku to make this guy happy and like me. He's an ambitious daimyo. He's not worried yet. 3, he'll live with that. He'll live with 3. He doesn't want more than that if he can help it. So please don't escalate that if you don't have to. But hey, no duels happened.
False.
With the Long Wei or Date, no duels happened. Sorry, I should
false.
clarify that. Sorry.
He was an agent of the Long Wei, wasn't he not?
Well, we never established that.
Oh, okay.
Now, however, an espionage action did fail. He did try to do something sneaky, and it whiffed. So this isn't you increasing the war score. This is him, because he obviously showed his hand that he was doing something sneaky. So that increases it because of what he did. He made it worse. I should really just keep it here, because it's just getting... I want to be where I can see it. Right there. No gifts were sent either way. I did tick up insults to his honor a little bit, or when he made him look bad. That's already been taken care of. No one died in your encounter, so no murders occurred neither way. You didn't kill any of his men. He didn't kill any of yours. Good news. Other actions...
Didn't he? Didn't he? I thought...
Who'd he kill?
No, he technically wasn't connected to that. We never established
Oh, right.
Yeah, that may have been an agent of his, but you don't know. You never established if that was one of his guys, or he was just an idiot who picked a fight with a Yojimbo. I do not believe the daimyo is going to declare war on the Date clan or on Lingwei. Long Wei. That is not to his benefit. He could attack Date right away. I don't think he wants to do that. I don't think that's a good move yet. So he's thinking about it. He's really thinking about it, and he will share that calculation with you that if he can seize the Date province quickly before they realize something's wrong, but he wants to have some intelligence first. He wants to benefit from that spy a little bit before he starts taking shots at him. So, things he's thinking about in the summer. Actually, is there anything you want to do in the summer season that you want to let him know about?
During the summer, Yosuke would like to investigate those hot springs that are in the mountains where supposed illicit activity happens.
Listed hot springs. Spring investigation. He's fine with that. That's worth knowing. Knowing his lands is helpful. Any suggestions from Masaru or Yeko that you would like him to give you orders on? And I'll remind you, Status of Dewa still has stuff in there, so some of that is would still be true.
Right.
Oh, I will note that Sakai Norioki does get home safely, and he will speak highly of you guys. That will gain you 1 honor, because you guys will be remembered by the nobles of Kyoto, and certain Oda Nobunaga might actually hear of your name once or twice.
Ooh.
Yamamoto Hiroki does honor his word, and does the build as he was instructed. People still call him a slave driver, but when Kuragane Koji looks into it, they're just mad because he expects a very high level of craftsmanship, which is a little too... He takes his job very seriously, but he's a samurai and they're craftsmen who want to go home. we don't want to be here all day. Well, if you spend an extra 4 hours on it, it'll be awesome, but it's good now though. It works now though. I want it to be better. Oh, fine, sir. I mean, sorry. Oh, he didn't beat anybody. Weird. He's being extra nice today. For him, anyway. But yes.
Well, since one of the things he had mentioned earlier was, getting things ready to do trade with China, I think one of the things that Masaru might want to do is to kind of work on overseeing the improvement of our port facilities.
Yeah. One thing that Yeko wants to do is investigate how many other Date spies are in our lands, because we know of at least one. But spies are kind of like cockroaches in that if you see one, there's probably more.
You're not wrong. Only a very lazy spy master sends a singular agent if they can send more.
Yeah.
Shimo's bonus thing that he would like on top of these things. He's not gonna make it an official thing for Masaru to look into Kuragane because he doesn't want to put that on your. No, he did call it out in court. So yeah, no, he's gonna add that to your summer duties. Investigate Kuragane's honor. Which I will tell you for free, Koji is going to be very mad about that because he's being questioned at all. His brother dying. His brother's death is going to stir him to want to duel Ryosuke. No matter the circumstances, like that, you're responsible for the death of my brother. A samurai struggles to not do something about that. That said, if he pushes it too hard, the entire Kuragane clan gets wiped out. Because if he's found to be without honor, his whole family's going to be ordered to seppuku.
They have been given a choice to either apologize or commit suicide, so, go ahead and do that.
Yeah. Well, it's not just him, it's his entire clan, too. Because if his clan's found in that level of dishonor and disgrace, then that's all. Shimo would be forced to have them all executed. Well, order them to commit seppuku, because that's less disgraceful, because beheadings are meant for criminals and common people, not samurai. Any other bonus things you want? I'll note that that's a bonus thing. If you don't get that done right away, he'll probably bring it up in private, but that's not one of his big... If you get everything else done ahead of time, fine. As long as that's a bonus thing so long as another incident doesn't happen. I'll put it that way. But if you get it done on top of everything else, that would be that helps Shimo out. Because you, Masaru, and Yeiko, you both know that Shimo did not want that battle to happen because he purposely didn't go after Kurogane that way. He exiled them a little bit, he put them off the board, but he was gonna bring them back on the board later. If you're thinking of like Japanese chess. In Japanese chess, you can take when you take pieces, they're not gone forever. They're pulled to your side, and you can put them back on the board when you choose to. It's just that Masaru happened to put one of the pieces on early. And he's like, shoot, I wasn't expecting you to do that. Unfortunately, I didn't tell you. That's on me. Damn.
Right.
I should have told you that. Oh well, too late. Oh well, it's not that big a deal. Oh crap, that other Kurogane piece Ryosuke killed, and it's not Ryosuke's fault, it's that elder brother's fault. Damn it. This is screwing up my board. I'm not sure what to do, and I might lose this other piece, because I'm sorry, that piece might be a spy for all I know now. I need to make sure that piece is actually going the direction I want it to go. So that's why he's not. He wants Masaru to solve it, but if it does turn around and attack, he'll be mad because that means that he is your responsibility, Masaru. So, which also has shielded Koji. If Koji was on his own recognizances, he probably would have accused. He would be forced to accuse Koji directly, and Koji probably would have responded in a Kurogane way, and he'd be killed by Takahashi. So, whereas you're providing Shimo a buffer to communicate to Koji in a way that preserves the piece. Though the piece may be broken, he doesn't know. Like maybe the correct action is to set it aside, that it's been a poisoned piece this whole time. That all said, is there any other bonus activities you want to try to achieve above and beyond? I would say to only do one. You would want to risk doing one more thing above and beyond that.
Can we get back to you on that?
You would want to call it here because he'd be giving these assignments at the end of spring for what you expect. He's going to brief you in summer, what he wants. But this is the time where you would tell him, "I'd like to do this. I'd like to do that."
Okay. While I'm over at the hot springs in the mountains, why don't I try my hand at pathfinding and see if I can actually find a decent way that leads into Mutsu province that's not covered in all these, like, crazy-ass hills and things?
Well, it would have to be a pass through the hills one way or the other, because Mutsu, the natural border between you is the mountain range.
I know, but something that's more easier on a marching Ashigaru army.
Bonus. He likes that idea. That plays into what he wants, because he wants to go after Date at some point.
Like, if we're going to invade, we're not going to cross over the mountain pass. Look, there's a pass over there. Look, your Ashigaru won't complain when their feet hurt.
Mutsu province. Any other bonuses that people want to throw? If you go more than that, it starts getting tricky to actually accomplish it in time.
For me now.
Masaru, Yeiko, you good?
I'm good.
Yeah, me too.
All right. So, we've established what he wants you to do in summer. I may I may add to that or decrease from that between this week and next as I think about how history unfolds. No swords are broken. Just doing one last pass through of the season. I think we're good though. Fairly certain. Fairly quick compared to other games we've run that have.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, right, not a whole lot. I mean, a lot happens, but a lot isn't happening at the same time. There's a lot we don't track, because why would we bother? It's Blood and Honor. Blood and Honor's a lot more loosey-goosey about stuff like that. So, I believe that is the end of season. I will note the seasons for each year, so you'll see in season actions that way we keep track of what's happened each season as it collects. There is other boards. Once we get to winter, I'll open up 2 other boards called End of Year Stored Resources and Koku and Expenses, because that's when you start spending all the money you've gathered to stuff, and we need for year 2, we need to know where all that is and how much you're keeping with you. Because Koku can be used for helping with wars, it can help buff your guys in spring, it can be used for gifts, like And actually, you guys having a rice farm means like you're starting. As long as your rice farm isn't compromised, you should get 6 koku by end of year, which is pretty good. Like you have 6 koku to spend on top of the normal that maintains your jobs. So, yeah. With that, spring doth end and summer approaches. And I will share with you one of the poems legendary in the Dewa province regarding the legend of the frozen samurai, which is the statue you guys passed. Frozen in honor, duty stands against the storm, unbroken, unmoved. And as we go into more sessions, if you don't have poems, I will reveal more of the legend, one poem at a time. Which will hint as to stuff that comes. With that, esteemed guests, beloved patrons, and wandering tourists all, it seems we've reached the end of our story for tonight. Just as the sun sets and the snow falls, so too must every tale find its pause, even if the journey isn't quite finished. But fear not, for the path ahead is still long, and our samurai heroes have much more to face, whether it be steel, frost, or fate itself. I hope you've enjoyed this small slice of our tale, and that you'll return once more to see what becomes of these brave souls in the frozen north. Although far less frozen in summer, I suppose. Will their blades cut through destiny, or will they be buried beneath the weight of duty? Only time will tell. But for now, let us rest, just as every samurai must at the end of a long day. Until we meet again, may your heart be warm, your spirit strong, and your tea hot. Thank you for joining me, and remember, no story is ever truly over until it is forgotten. So let's keep these tales alive together. Good night, and see you next time. Bye. Yeah, almost killing 2 characters. I think I'm doing good.
You're doing excellent.